Yeah, 1, 2, check. 1, 2, sound 1, 2. 1, 2, sound 1, 2.
Check. Checking sound 1, 2. Yeah.
Mic check 1, 2.
Yeah, 1, 2.
Yeah, 1, 2, check, 1, 2, check.
German. I know you remember this. It's the Marsha Band one more time.
Time in my life, we all have pain, we all have sorrow. But if we are wise, we know that they are always tomorrow.
Lean on me when you're not strong. I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. Oh, it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Please swallow your pride. If I have peace, you need to borrow. No one can feel those of your need, and that you would let show. You just call on me, brother, when you need a friend. You need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you understand. We all need somebody to lean on. Lean on me when you're not strong. I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. Oh, no one can feel and that you would let show. You just call me, brother, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you'll understand. We all need somebody to lean on. You just call me, brother, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you'll understand. We all need somebody to lean on. There is a Lord that you can bear, that you can carry. Right up there, Lord, I'll share your Lord. If you just call me, call me, call me, call me, brother, call me sister, call me anyone, call me. You just call me. You have to call me. Call me, brother. Only anyone. Lean on me when you're not strong. I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. Whoa. It won't be long, I'm gonna need somebody to lean on me. Yeah, man. I know it's in the morning, but ladies and gentlemen, let's psych up a little bit. Let's go. I know you know this. Say, Petire, more donde llamo, puedo a puente de iré. Say, Petire, more donde llamo, puedo a puente. Hello, Lilo. We're gonna have some vibes right here, right now. I know it's in the morning, but what we do? Wacha nisikie kama mnaijua. We go. Yeah, man. It's all about some good vibes right here. This is Tamasha Bad, in case you don't know. Yeah, man. Are you ready for some good vibes? Let's go.
Nikikutazama oyayama kipenzi changu nakuyanza. Nikikutazama moyo wayoyama kipenzi changu nakuyanza. Wenda leo tuko chini twatembea matopeni, siwasikize matapeli. Kesho tuna gari, mina saka mali, twende kwenu mashambani, sikalipe mahari, tuishi kwa amani. Nikikutazama moyo wanyoyoma, kipenzi changu nakuyanza. Nikikutazama moyo wayoyoma, kipenzi changu nakuyanza. Kweli toto si toto, na roho ya mtoto, nipe busu maswiti, kwani nimekumisi jiji. Twende tumwone kasisi au ndisi kwa ofisi, tuingie mafisi nakuyanza. Nikikutazama moyo wayoyoma, kipenzi changu nakuyanza. Nikikutazama moyo wayoyoma, kipenzi changu nakuyanza.
Wale watwisi, are you ready?
Tazama
weka dance, weka dance, weka dance, weka dance, weka dance, weka dance, weka. Twende, twende, twende.
nikikutazama moyo wayoyoma, kipenzi cha ngono takuyaza, nikikutazama moyo wayoyoma, kipenzi cha ngono takuyaza, nikikutazama.
Yeah, before we get to Marcelina, yeah? There's a friend of mine. Yeah, kuja. Hey, Jemo. Saidia na mic ya Jemo pale. Tupige na yeye song moja. Coming Home, Morgan Heritage. Wapi kelele ya Jemo? A special dedication to all the lovers of reggae, y'all.
Ooh yeah, I'm coming home. Yeah, there was a time when all I wanted to do was all the things that matter to me. Yeah, when a man and a woman beats their home, a man's gotta do what his family needs him to do. When I come home, everything should be alright. So mommy, hold on, everything will be just fine. When I'm coming home, everything should be alright. So mommy, hold on, everything will be just fine. Said I know that you miss me, baby, and I know the children do. So many times that I'm so far away, it's just of you that carry me through my day. It's not easy for a man to live this way, but I do, that's why I pray. Everything should be alright. So mommy, hold on, everything will be just fine. Oh, I'm coming home, everything should be alright. So mommy, hold on, everything will be just fine. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah. When I come home, everything should be alright. So mommy, hold on. Everything will be just fine. Well, I'm coming up. Everything should be alright. So mommy, hold on. Everything should be just fine. Yeah.
Kelele Jemo. Yeah. Career yako ikileta shida ukuje ujoin tamasha bana. You have a slot here. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you know this song. If you can't, let's sing along. What's up?
Bado watoka Jaramogi na Kenyatta wanauliza kama Kenya tuko sawa, nikawajibu Kenya tuko na disaster. Watoto wetu wanazidi kuzikana na Tomboya ameshika tawa, alituacha kama angali kijana. Je, angekuwa mambo yangekuwa sawa? Ndivyo alivyopanga Maulana. deni mulizo wacha bado tunalipa, na tumekopa zingine China, tukajenga reli pia barabara, zilizobaki watu wakaza. So tujiangalie, tuko pabaya leo kuliko jana, sikio la kufa halisikii dawa, tuko kwa tita tunajibizana. So tujiangalie, tuko pabaya leo kuliko jana, ziba ufa tutajenga kuta, tusake zetu tungali vijana.
Nini kama trina pasi kwa bima, kushoto fungu la 10 sadaka kulia, kwa maana mbele ya kanisa mheshimiwa anakula sakramenti kabla ya raia. Siku za mwisho zimeshawadia, na revelation inatuambia hii generation inachoma picha, ni generation yetu. So tujiangalie, tuko pabaya leo kuliko jana, ziba ufa utajenga kuta, zake zetu tungali vijana. Tujiangalie, tuko pabaya leo kuliko jana, sikio la kufa halisikii dawa, tuko kwa vita tunajibizana.
Wododo
Michuki alisema tufungeni mikanda, ona leo tavuna tulichopanda, kura zetu zilitugawanya, makabia na pesa pia tulimanga. So when you make your bed, oh, you lie on it, oh. Ni usingizi gani tumelala, tutajua hatujui, Vision 2030 tabaki ni story. So tujiangalie, tuko pabaya leo kuliko jana, sikio la kufa halisikii dawa, tuko kwa tita tunajibizana. So tujiangalie bane, tuko pabaya leo kuliko jana, sipo simba ufa tutajenga kuta, tusake zetu tungali vijana. So tujiangalie, tuko pabaya leo kuliko jana, sikio la kufa halisikii dawa, tuko kwa Twitter tunajibizana. So tujiangalie, tuko pabaya leo kuliko jana, sipo ziba ufa tutajenga kuta, tusake zetu tungali vijana.
Yo, Marcelina, special request, yeah?
wale wa Roma
Nera mo atsonya mama yo, sonangi kodongwia. Imano atsonya mama yo, nangi chando sunya. Nera mo atsonya mama yo, sonangi kodongwia. Imano atsonya mama yo, sonangi chando sunya. Oh mama yeye, nyakika si Maria. Oh mama yeye, sonangi chando sunya. Era mo atsonya mama yo, sonangi kodongwia. Imano atsonya mama yo, sonangi chando sunya. Sonya mama yo, sonangi kodowia. Imano sonya mama yo, sonangi chando sunya. Oh mama yeye, yafika si Maria. Oh mama yeye, sonangi chando sunya. Mama,
masero nyiri bila pesa. Yoi makare masero nyiri bila gari. Yoi makare masero nyiri bila uongo. Yoi makare masero nyiri bila corazón duniani. Yoi makare masero nyiri bila pesa. Yoi makare masero nyiri bila gari. Yoi makare masero nyiri bila uongo. Yoi makare masero nyiri bila corazón duniani. Marcelina niko na ngani ya moite. Marcelina niko na kama dunia nzima. Marcelina niko na shule kule kwetu. Marcelina niko na pesa nyingi sana. Marcelina niko na suti nyingi sana.
I'm a priest.
Naishi kule Dubai, kesho naenda Paris. Yoi makare masero nyiri bila pesa. Yoi makare masero nyiri bila gari. Yoi makare masero nyiri bila uongo. Yoi makare masero nyiri bila corazón duniani. Marcelina tende nyumbani kwetu mama. Marcelina tende tupone wazazi wetu. Marcelina tende tufanye ndoa yetu. Marcelina tende tufanye harusi yetu Paris. Yoi makare masero nyiri bila pesa. Yoi makare masero nyiri bila gari. Yoi makare masero nyiri bila uongo. Yoi makare masero bila corazón duniani. Weka dance wewe. Wende.
Weka dansa, weka dansa, weka dansa, weka dansa, weka dansa, weka dansa, weka dansa.
Hey, 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 hey.
Hey, napenda hiyo dance move. Zipi, kali sana. One more time. Hello.
Kada. Kada.
Hello. Some the boys. Hiyo dance imeweza kabisa. Hey, look it at. Dance imeweza pale kali sana. Tule mundu cheza.
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 Cheza. Tule mundu cheza.
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 Cheza. Ah, yeah. Ah, yeah.
Hapa sasa ndo tunaingisha ile dansi ya wajanja. Wangapi wanajua kuanguka nayo? Kidi, you know it. Check it. Anguka na, anguka na, anguka na, hey, anguka na, check it. Anguka na, hey, anguka na, anguka na, hey, anguka na, check it. Anguka na, check it. Anguka na, check it. Hey, hey, anguka na, check it. Anguka na, check it. Anguka na, hey, hey. Yone anguka na, hey, anguka na, hey, anguka na, hey, hey. We go. Wapi kelele wewe? Yeah, man. Alrighty, that was our time. Let's go.
Yeah, one more request, y'all. Let's do this, y'all.
Special request.
Oh, mama. Hasira za nini we bwana? Hasira za nini we bwana?
Hasira za nini?
Wataka kuniua bure mama. Wataka kuniua bure mama. Yule si wako na mimi si wangu. Chukia nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? Asoko. Chukia nini kati yangu mimi na wewe?
Give it up for a new vocalist, yo. Wapi kelele yake? Amesema nini? Hasira za nini?
Le 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 li le 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 li lo. Oh 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 mama. Hasira za nini we? Asoko. Hasira za nini we? Asoko. Wataka kuniua bure. Wataka kuniua bure. Wangu hayuko. Wangu hayuko. Chukia nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? Chukia nini kati yangu mimi? Oh, nasema sina makosa, wataka kuniua bure. Sina makosa, we kwa nini wataka mimi? Oh, nasema sina makosa, wataka kuniua bure. Sina makosa, we kwa nini wataka mimi? We banda, we banda.
Hapa ndo najilegeza, cheki. Cheza na kiuno, ai. Cheza na kiuno, wa. Cheza na kiuno, ma. Cheza na kiuno, ah. Cheza na kiuno, ah. Cheki chini, 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 ma. Chini, ai. Chini, chini, chini. Turudi juu tena. Angalia mwenzako, muulize mbona udance?
Unachezeaga wapi? Ai!
Kita, kita. Kita, kita. Kita, kita. 1, 2, 3, break it down.
1, 2.
A big hand to the band, tafadhali, tafadhali. Welcome to day 2. I hope you've had fun. Have you? To start off this session this morning, we want to just have a recap of what we had yesterday and what was actually spotted. And I'm going to call Eric to, okay, we'll give him a minute. Who's in the house? Hello, hello. A wave. A high five to your neighbor. Ask them, ulilalaje? Ama ulilala. Ulilala, uliamkia, uliamka, uliamshwa. It's great to see these wonderful faces from here. DJ.
I'll never be more loved than I am right now. Wasn't holding you up, so there's nothing I can do to let you down. Doesn't take a trophy to make you proud. I'll never be more loved than I am right now.
Going through a storm, but I won't go down. I hear your voice carried in the rhythm of the wind to call me back.
You would cross an ocean, so I wouldn't drown.
You've never been closer than you are right now. Oh, Jireh,
You are enough.
Jireh, you are enough.
I will be content in every circumstance. Jireh, you are enough. Forever enough, always enough, more than enough. You are forever enough, always enough, more than enough. I don't wanna forget how I feel right now on the mountaintop. I can see so clear what it's all about. Stay by my side when the sun goes down. Don't wanna forget how I feel right now. Oh, Jireh, you are enough. Oh, Jireh, you are enough. I will be content in every circumstance. Jireh, you are enough. Forever enough, always enough, more than enough. You are forever enough, always enough, more than enough.
I'm already loved. I'm already chosen. I know who I am. I know what you've spoken. I'm already loved more than I could imagine. That is enough.
Hello. For the first session we are having, we're going to have a recap for what happened yesterday, what we discussed, what stood out. And with me we have Eric, and he'll introduce himself a bit better.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Viva, comrades, viva. Viva, comrades, viva. Okay, so my name is Eric Moniki Kiari. I am, first of all, an African. Second of all, I'm a creative. And at least of all, I am a son of Africa. And I run a consultancy called Engage Express, whereby our motto is, or rather our theme is, we turn words into visuals for impact. And we do that through three key services. Actually, we are set up outside on the tent there. The first one is graphic recording, which is highlighting or rather capturing visual summaries of such conversations, such powerful conversations. That is what we were able to do for this conference. Yeah, so as we wait for the slides to come up, just to showcase the summary highlights from yesterday, I thought I should summarize in a poem, and the poem is just a combination of all the conversations that we had yesterday, and the poem is called "We the People." So, viva comrades, viva, viva comrades, viva. We the people, knowledge, power, action. Today we are not the audience. Today we are the authors. The greatest gift since independence, the book we gave ourselves in 2010, the Kenyan Constitution, not a decoration, but a direction. Rights that are not for rationing, speech, assembly, association, dignity. But civic space is thinning. Files close on vanished sons and daughters. Institutions built as shields are used like hammers. This is not a party. It is a line in the sand. Power to the Constitution, power to the people. We the people is not a slogan, it is a job. Not just ID holders, but registered voters. Power is given, delegated, and withdrawn by the vote. Build the only tyranny a democracy allows, a tyranny where no one can rig. If we keep buying rotten eggs, we'll keep eating rotten omelets. Choose better, back better. Elections, impartial, neutral, accurate, verifiable. Tech doesn't fail, except by incompetence, negligence, or sabotage. Use the truth, count the truth. Money, when purse sleeps with the sword, you breed an emperor. Demand capacity, not slush. Economists, auditors, the real oversight. Rights are also bread, books, and light. Hunger is a prison. A locked classroom is a prison. Human rights must touch daily life. Elders, lead the youth. Elders, let the youth lead. Let experience listen. Let energy lead. Before 2027, here's the pledge. Unite, organize, register, verify. Field the credible, defend the count, audit the laws that shrink the sky, and when the work feels heavy, remember the hummingbird. Do the piece in your hands so that the next hand hold more. Power to the Constitution, power to the people, not spectators. We, the people, unstoppable when we act. So, yes. So what you can see on the screen is just a basic highlight of the organization that we run, called Engage Express. Like I said, we turn words into visuals for impact, and we offer three key main services, which is graphic recording. So just basically just snippets of some of the work that we've done before. We work both globally and locally as well as regionally. The first service is graphic recording. We also do visual storytelling, whereby we pick stories and we tell that in a story format, whether through poems, whether through animations, whether through visual aids. The other thing we do is we we embrace digital innovation. So we combine design with AI. For example, this poem was co-designed by the conversations from yesterday, the designs that we did, and also through the power of AI. Can we go to the next slide? No, the other one. Yes. So this is a highlight of the conversations that happened yesterday. We had introductory speeches from Mr. Davis Malombe, and these are the key highlights that we were able to capture. So you can imagine the power of graphic recording is summarizing hours and hours of conversations into a single image that can be shared easily, easy to understand, and also very engaging and colorful as well. At first, he talked about Kenya's civic space is shrinking towards being repressed. Another key point that came out was civic space equals civil plus political rights. Again, Kenya is sliding into a repression, and the Freedom House puts Kenya at partially free. And then the conversation led on to we are not entirely free. And then, however, a silver lining is that we have a very strong constitution. We have very active media and CSOs, and his parting shot was to defend the constitution. Now, Mr. Masase from Nakofen CEDGG. So the key things that really came out from the conversations were civil society must stop staying neutral and organize politically. So this meant to go over and take those seats so that we can start making change within, kind of like the reverse of divide and conquer. And then also for civil societies to shift from civic education to now direct action plus political organizing. And then feel our own to change the laws from the inside. And the parting shot was to build independent power, not to rely on the judiciary, because that can be weakened by the executive and so on and so forth. Mr. Joseph Omondi, who went on next, came to his highlights were the 2010 promise, which is our constitution, which is very strong, is currently under siege. Devolution has been undermined. State power has been weaponized. The youth are leading elders to learn and back them, which goes back to the poem where it said, elders, let the youth lead, let experience listen, let energy lead. So the parting shot was nobody can rig a tyranny of votes. And then we had Okiya Omtata, the senator from Nakuru, and he had very powerful things to say. He said that we, the people, equals registered voters, not ID holders. Elections must be impartial, neutral, accurate, and verifiable. We need to push for digital voting and counting. That speaks to embracing technology. And then resources flow by proximity to power, not through budget process. And then register, organize, and protect Chapter 7 and 12. And this parting shot was, if we are the people, show me your voter's card. Then finally, I didn't have a picture for Mr. Jordan Tanga, so I apologize for that. So his key highlights were all sovereign power belongs to the people, use the power to defend the constitution and the civic space. Let us be participants, not spectators. And finally, let us stay informed, organized, and speak out. So as you can see, we try to use very powerful imagery. The images supplement, the words supplement the image, because we are all about telling the visuals. We are about telling a story, and words, pictures speak 1,000 words. So we can go now to the next one, please. So this was a highlight of the reports from the various organizations that presented yesterday. We have the KHLC, which conducted a study between October 2023 to September 2024. They documented the plight of the sexual and gender minorities. Sexual harassment and violence were the most prevalent. They face human rights violation despite Kenya's progressive constitution. And then urban areas saw more cases due to organized protests. Again, some of the recommendations that came through were rejection of laws and policies that discriminate sexual and gender minorities, inclusion and participation of those sexual and gender minorities, justice, dignity, and accountability for sexual and gender minorities. We had Article 19, who made quite a fast and short presentation. Some of the key highlights that I was able to capture were a need to balance freedom of expression, especially for journalists, a greater need for awareness about data protection and privacy rights. However, there's a gap in understanding the laws around data protection. And then finally, there were no clear rules on what journalists can do when sharing information. We had Transparency International, TI Kenya, who had a 5-year project to assess how supportive Kenya is for CSOs. Some of the key areas that they were looking into were legal frameworks, respect for rights, government openness, digital environment, public culture, and resources. Some of the challenges they had were funding, digital barriers, gap between the urban and rural engagement. We do have the other organization, which was the Defenders Coalition, whereby state security, political leaders, and sponsored goons were identified as common sources of threats. Most people think that the civic space is getting worse, and there's a need to conduct an audit of the 2010 Constitution. Human rights defenders should acquaint themselves with the law. I think that's just about it. Again, we had, I forget the name of this organization, but yes, thank you. So they had to make sure that top police leaders are also held accountable, not only the police officers themselves. We need to protect victims and missing persons, journalists and activists. There's a need to change or remove harsh laws that limit protests. Again, you can see the kind of imagery we use, very powerful, very thought-provoking, and engaging as well. So again, my name has been Eric Kiarie, or Eric Maniki Kiarie. If you want to learn more about the kind of work that we do, we've set up a tent outside there. Come find us during a break. We have plenty of more to share. And thank you. That has been the recap from yesterday. We will be doing this again for today, so be expecting that in the coming days. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, thank you. We cannot go through these 2 days without having a session on wellness. And I'm going to call Salima to come and join us on stage. I don't know whether she'll need the band behind her. But Salima, karibu.
Good morning. Good morning. I think I need to disappoint his Masese here. Okay, I need to disappoint Masese a little bit. Masese for the last 30 years has referred to me as Salma. And I know so many people in the room also, Nathan also, you included. DK, I don't think you're an exemption. So I'm Salima Jokiwa Masharia, a wellness programs officer at Inuka Kenya Nisisi, a program that we implement in Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. So I was requested to do this session for at least 30 minutes. So we'll just have like 3 segments on it. So we'll start with the meditation. And this has been a struggle because now I have a newly acquired name, Mama Wellness. I know kuna Mama Mata, kuna Mama Miradi, so many Mama Wellness. I think it's also a title that I take with utmost humility. Knowing where we've come from as civic actors, knowing that we've lost people, not because they were meant to go down, but because we didn't know better. We didn't have healthy coping strategies and mechanisms. Because during our Gen, which is fine. So I know there were people who have loved to be in this space, but they are not here. And it's because we didn't take care of this very, very, very important part of us, the wellness. So allow me to invite all of us to a session of meditation, because our bodies are the resource that we got. We got nothing else, first and foremost. So please, wherever you're seated, sit in a very comfortable position. Ensure your back, you're not slouching. I know, now these seats, I want to thank the technical committee for this. So make sure you're not slouching. Your feet are grounded on the floor. You're not crossing. Your hands also are not crossing. You're not on your gadget. Wangeshi, I'm not looking at you. I'm just saying that I hope you are not on gadgets. If your pants are a little bit tight, you might want to just to ensure your belt is a little bit loosened. Missy mentioned, tunasema tu. Then you invite yourself to a place of calm. This is not the time to think about reports, deadlines, whether you left money for skuma or unga. This is a time just to sit still, and this is a safe space, and you are around people that care for you, about you. You are around your comrades. So your hands, you're placing them here. In vile tu, my hands are busy. So both of your hands, you're placing them here. Your feet are grounded. If you're comfortable, I encourage that you close your eyes. So bring yourself just to a place of calm. And we're gonna do some breathing technique. We're gonna do it slow and through our nose, not through our mouth. So I'll just be instructing, and ours will be to breathe in and out. I pray and hope that this room can just be quiet, calm. So bring yourself to that place of calmness. Invite your mind to be at calm, at peace. And then in a count of 1, 2, 3, 4, let's all breathe in through our mouth, through our nose, sorry. And then out again, slowly. Through the nose again. We do it again. Breathe in through the nose. Out again. So just keep breathing in and breathing out through the nose. Yours is just to breathe in and out. Just keep breathing in and breathing out. Just breathe in and out. You guys are doing so well. And then we shall take a mental tour. So as we breathe in and out, let's take a mental journey to a place that is so green. So imagine that place that is so green. The grass is well manicured. It was so serene. It is so quiet. It is so peaceful. The only thing that we can hear are the sounds of birds. We are smelling fresh flowers, different colors. You're just breathing in and breathing out. You're just breathing in and breathing out. But mentally, we are in that journey, we are in that space. The grass is so green. Some of us are just lying on the grass. Some of us are just watching the blue sky. It is so peaceful, so quiet, so serene. Just keep breathing in and out. You're just breathing in and out through the nose. Enjoy the place. Enjoy the scenery. Smell the fresh scent of the flowers. That place is so beautiful. It's so calming. It's so relaxing. Yours is just to breathe in and out, but mentally we are in that place, all of us together. Oh, it's so beautiful. It's just away from the noise. You're breathing in and out. You're breathing in and out. While we're in that garden, just think of one achievement. I know we have many, but just think of one achievement. And you've never celebrated. This is your time just to celebrate that one achievement. It can be small, but it's quite an achievement. Celebrate yourself while there. You're just breathing in and breathing out. We're enjoying the scenery, we're enjoying the place. It's so beautiful. And if you want to hug yourself mentally, you can hug yourself mentally. If you need to give yourself a word of encouragement, affirmation, validation, that is your time. So take a second and just appreciate yourself for that achievement. You're breathing in and breathing out through the nose. Okay, enjoy the last moments in the green space. We are almost taking off. You're breathing in and breathing out. So in a count of 1, 2, 3, and 4, we are coming back to this space. So bring yourself mentally to this place. So we're gonna do together now in a count of 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let's all breathe in together, and you hold. Release slowly. Again, in a count of 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let's all breathe in together. Hold a little bit. Release. The last one together in a count of 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let's all breathe in together. Hold. Then release slowly. So if you are ready, you can come back and you can open your eyes. Welcome back. How was it? Yeah? Wow, sensational. How was it? It was good. That is good, Asante. That is one of the resources that is within us that we can also be undertaking. And while we are at it, kindly just give yourselves some butterfly hugs. This is how you do the butterfly hugs. So tap and just affirm yourself, validate yourself, because Kasongo will never do that. So tell yourself something. I'm worthy, I'm beautiful, I'm able, I'm capable, I'm God's image. Affirm yourself. Because normally as civic actors, human rights defenders, no one will ever validate us. No one will validate the work that we do. So please take time, love on self. Extend. So thank you so much. So the other segment is just a brief, because this is a question normally I'm asked. Salima, huwa unatuambiaga mambo ya wellness, mambo ya wellness. Hii wellness ni nini, ni mnyama mgani? So I just have 3 brief slides. If they can come up, please. Yeah, I think they're up already. So we just been reflecting on this summit. And we thought it's an opportunity to just, and I'm glad that we're having it in such a space. So, do we normally get time to recharge, reflect, rise, and also think about wellness and resistance? Because rest also is part of resistance. The next one, please. So, why wellness? I mean, why wellness? Kwa nini Salima tufanye hii kitu ya wellness? So, basically, hii ndio sababu kubwa kwa nini tufikirie maswala ya wellness. At least tupate kuwa resilient. Na sometimes wanasema hiyo ya kuwa resilient ni kama kutumika vibaya. Tupate vifaa na uwezo at least to overcome personal. And I think, I don't know, in the group that we were yesterday, I remember Agatha saying activism most of the time does not pay. And those issues of financial also have a bearing on our psychological well-being. And then also the environmental challenges, and now you see organizing now is, well, I don't want to compare it to during our time during Moi, but it's not becoming any better. So this, I hope, are giving us enough reasons why we need to incorporate wellness into our organizing, into our work. And we need also to fundraise around it. Next slide, please. So this is a definition, and we borrowed heavily from the World Health Organization. And I like, because it is so brief, it's just the optimal state of health of individuals and groups. So we ask ourselves, do we gear towards achieving the optimal health of us and the groups that we work with or for? And then two cardinal concerns around issues of wellness is at least the achievements of individuals' fullest potentials. Maybe we just need to introspect and integrate. Do we at least even have steps towards reaching these two cardinal concerns? The other one, please, the last one. So at Inuka Kenya Nisisi, under the East African Wellness Program, these are our interventions. So we do a wellness assessment for the organizations, because this concept sometimes, and I don't fault people, I don't fault organizations when we ask how do we embed wellness into our work. So we conduct wellness assessment so that at least every institution, be it formal or informal, is able to be aware of their gaps, their strengths, their policies. Are they speaking into matters, issues of wellness? So we help institutions to do this. We also do wellness resilience training, and we support individuals actually on the systems. So I think that normally the elephant in the room in Akuaga, our policies, our strategic plan, do we embed care and healing into our work? Ama nile tunasemaga work takes priority, hizi vitu zingine zitafuata baadaye. So do we have systems in place just to embed care and healing into our, because policies and practice, they need to speak to each other, because if you don't anchor that into our policies, then even it's hard to put that into practice. So the other things that we do are those ones. We do this. And the approach that we've adopted at the East African Wellness is one that is non-medical, because we also acknowledge that, number one, we are self-healing people, and most of the time, some of us heal through community care, because people sometimes very reluctant to come seeking help because of this notion that you must speak to a therapist. But art therapy sometimes works to other people, talk therapy, music, and dance. So we heal differently. So we adopted the non-medical approach to wellness. So when you come to Inuka, don't think that you must see a counselor. We tailor-made our interventions on the uniqueness of us as human beings, because we are unique. People will tell you, wale sisi watu wa Lakeside, mtu akikufa nyakawa yuag donge. Jana kinka. Alaman donge. Nyakawa yuag. For how many days? And it is therapeutic, right? But maybe sisi watu huku ukikuyuni, we want to bury very quickly na tusahau. Donge. So these are our interventions. And before I just do the last segment of inviting one of our beneficiaries from this program, allow me just to request that when we are doing the resolutions of our summit, maybe around today or tomorrow, I request that we also adopt a holistic wellness as an integral part of our approaches to protection of civic spaces, freedoms, and rights, using the wellness as resistance. So I hope tumelewa, I hope tumesikia. Now if you have any questions, suggestions, we are on the first tent together with Defenders Coalition and Muhuri, where we believe also protection, holistic protection, all these aspects, the digital, physical, and wellness are integral part and part of the pieces that forms the protection. So we are on the first tent, the Resilience Hub, and you can come and we can think. Sometimes we don't have solutions, but maybe these things we can just think through together. So allow me at this juncture to just invite Oyoko Odhiambo, and just a brief intro as he comes on stage. Oyoko Odhiambo is a veteran human rights defender. I've known this guy, na msianze kufanya hesabu, don't remove your phones, usema, Salima kone miaka ngapi sasa. I've known Oyoko for the last 30 years now. Hawa ni wale tulikuwa tunakimbizana siku zetu na kina Kamau ndio tulikuwa tunakimbizana. Hatukuwa na hizi mili mnaziona, tulikuwa nini? Anyway, so I'm not saying anything, but Oyoko is a veteran human rights defender, mental health advocate with lived experience. He's been a beneficiary of support from the East African Wellness Hub and has worked with the Hub on the mental health and policy literacy wellness initiatives for civic actors and various advocacy initiatives. He is the advocacy and partnership lead at the Bipolar Heroes Foundation. He serves in the National Baseline Mental Health Survey, Technical Working Group, and the National Suicide Prevention Committee of Ministry of Health. His key areas of interest are patient rights, inclusion of people with lived experience, alternative approaches to mental health and wellness, and mental health policy reform. So kindly, just let's put our hands together to Oyoko. Oyoko, karibu.
Thank you very much, Salma. Good morning, everyone. So as Salma has said, is Masese here? Masese was claiming that I'm not an expert, that only Salma was, but also lived experience is also expertise. Sindio? Yeah, so you should also know that. My name is Oyoko. I also I work with Salma on the wellness initiatives. But I'm also a beneficiary of the various wellness and initiatives from Inuka and other organizations as a human rights defender, which has enabled me to get the support that I needed to be able to be a productive member, HRD, contributing to the social change that we want. And those interventions were very crucial at the point in my life. And so some of the colleagues here, Salma, DK, Janak, Masese is out. I don't know who I've left out. Very crucial in interventions. And this is a testimony of the kind of, I stand there as a testimony of the kind of success that wellness can achieve if it's deliberate and structured towards human rights defenders. So I come from a lived experience perspective, and also I work around mental health promotion and advocacy, especially with human rights defenders. Part of what also want us to persuade us today is to look at wellness, because part of the challenge that we have is the tokenism, episodic, non-structured interventions in terms of wellness. Even today, our time was almost being cut because I don't think people, and sometimes it's not because of any malice, but sometimes you just don't take into account the vital role wellness plays in building the kind of resilience, in building the kind of support and also in enabling us do our work better, the very important work that we do. So sometimes we don't take it seriously. So most of the time what we do, if we have a bit of resources, we take people to an exotic location for 2 days, and then we call that wellness. Or sometimes only when someone has a crisis, or HID, particular HID or group of HIDs have crisis, that's when we are able to respond. But we need to take more proactive measures. We have to take very deliberate measures. And we also need to integrate. We used to look at wellness as part of the resistance work that we are doing, rather than by the way, rather than something that we do when there's a crisis. So my brief presentation will just be looking at how we can center, how we can look at, because there's a whole framework of looking at wellness, which is looking at this as part of the resistance, part of the social change work that we do, part of the tools, the vital tools that we use to create or to promote our freedoms and civic spaces. So next slide, please. Yeah, so what is wellness resistance? Beyond just the whole concept of wellness, what is wellness as an act of the kind of resistance and the kind of struggle that we do? And what you're talking about, as Salma said, is holistic wellness, which looks at the whole component, because wellness is not just mental wellness. There's physical wellness, spiritual wellness, financial wellness, and all the other wellness. But I myself will be speaking. I come from the mental wellness angle. But holistic wellness looks at all the various components of wellness, and as a social justice tool for us as civic actors, as human rights defenders, to build the resilience that we need to fight, to resist oppression, to gain the agency, and also to promote our work in terms of social transformation. Holistic wellness also helps us build resilience against the oppressive systems, because the whole system, as Masese said, is oppressive, and that threaten our individual and collective well-being, right? So the whole system, and also as Salma talked about, the non-medicalization, non-pathologization of this, so looking at it not only from the symptomatic, like looking at the symptoms, but looking at the whole structure of the systems which are oppressing us, and how that impacts on our wellness and well-being, rather than just the symptoms that manifest. Because if you look at it purely from a pathological perspective, we tend to only treat the symptoms, but not address the root causes. It also challenges the historical notions and assumptions that we can't take care of ourselves, recognizes that we as individual and collective civic actors have a reciprocal and symbiotic relationship. And we as civic actors, we help each other. In the WhatsApp groups sometimes. And these are also wellness practices that we need to mainstream, integrate, upscale, because our systems have failed us. The health systems have failed us, the other systems have failed us. Then also, like I said, so there's wellness as resistance framework that Salma talked about, and which I'm urging us to adopt. Looking at wellness as the integral part of our struggles, of our work, and the resistance towards the systems that oppress us. So, integrating wellness practices as part of our conscious resistance to the oppressive systems, right? Then also choosing wellness as political acts. My sister talked about political acts yesterday. So we also need to have this as one of the array of tools within that. Then also sustaining ourselves through what you call communities of resistance, embodying wellness in our communities as part of our resistance to the oppressive systems. Next slide. Yeah, so if you were to look at wellness as resistance, then this would be some of the principles that we might need to adapt. One, recognizing that wellness challenges are caused by societal, organizational, and economic systems. Speaking from a mental health perspective, we know that mental health issues are caused by the systems under which that's the primary cause. These are the socio-economic determinants of mental health, the oppressive conditions under which we live in. These are not just individual failures. Of course, there are multiple factors, but socioeconomic determinants put the highest, bringing the highest risk for someone to develop or at risk of a mental health condition or disorder. But then now you see now the challenge is that when we now focus more on the pathological medical aspects, we're only treating the system, you're not treating the whole ecosystem that is causing some of these issues. Then move beyond quote unquote wellness to proactive care and practices. Nasalma talked about how do we integrate this into our policies, our strategic plans, whatever, those good documents that we have. And then also coming from the understanding, like I say, that systemic oppression can lead to wellness challenges, be it physical wellness, mental wellness, spiritual wellness, financial wellness. And then also the need to also reclaim our individual and collective autonomy as individuals and as collective actors in face of the external threats and risks that would tend to undermine our wellness. And then the other is also centering local knowledge and collective practices. Remember, we also have these practices that I said WhatsApp group and the contributions, those mutual aid that we have. How do we center them as integral part instead of just having them as reacting when people have issues? I'll end by a call to action. One is cultivate collective care, which is support and promote actions that promote wellness for us all. Collective care, also community care and other practices. Then embrace radical healing. Go beyond what I talked about, ticking the box or doing it just because we just need to have that component, but being proactive, addressing the deep-rooted trauma that we have. Our generation, I think, Salma, we have very deep-rooted. The people who grew up under Moi, Janak. Sindio, we haven't addressed that trauma, that collective trauma that we had under Moi, which we need to do. And maybe other people who have emerging trauma, so that to promote genuine healing. Then also move issues like practice like self-care from the commercialized aspects and pathological focus, looking at the symptoms, to one of the tools in terms of building resilience for social justice. And then also, we also, in the face of this thing, have, it's difficult, but even under the oppressive systems, also have way in which we can have joy, hope, and fun as we do our work. And lastly, I'll end with a quote. Yeah, so this is a quote from, which I think is self-explanatory. So, caring for ourselves is not self-indulgence, it is self-preservation, and that's an act of political warfare. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Oyoko. I think as we conclude on this session and this segment, I know sometimes when we say these things, we ask ourselves, so where and how do we start? So under the East African Wellness Resource Hub, the program at Inuka Kenya Nisisi, we are launching a wellness toolkit. And this is just a first step. So if you are struggling as an institution and you're like, I mean, where do we start? How do we anchor all these things that we've been talking about since morning? Please just check our website. Coming next week, coming soon. So just please check out. And if you want some support in that, like how do you integrate that? Please don't hesitate to reach out to us at the tent. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that session. And as we have the smart puppeteers coming to set up, I would request everyone, at least one of the gifts you got was a notebook, to pull out your notebook and think wellness, think about your life. Because it's easy for us to hear these things and leave them here. But can you just make a note, write it down, not mental. It's easy for us to do, say we're going to do this. But think about your day-to-day. Think about your weeks, the past month. Ask yourself, are you well? Are you okay? When was the last time I felt like I gave myself any self-care? And just note down something. What can you do, or what will you start doing? What are you going to put in your program of each day to bring you a little joy? What do you plan to do on a weekly basis? Because you are who we have. You are very important as a person. Not only to your family, not only to your organization, not only to this country, but to the future generations that are coming. So take a few moments, write something down, commit to take care of you as yourself. What am I, Stella, going to do on a daily basis?
Walifunga milango, wakatupata tuko ndani nao, wakaita makanjo, kumbe ni sisi huwalipa sala wao, wakazima mitambo, shabiki wakabaki kwenye denzo, na iwe funzo kwao, tunaongoza wanafuata nyayo. Sauti soli na dieri ya kumechacha, karibuni kwenye extravaganza, na Kristo alipofika alifunika.
Wakaja na umati, wakageuka kuwa wafuasi, wakaja na majini, wakapata tushazama kwa dini, nyele za kifarasi, lakini si ni moto ya makasi, risasi mwendo kasi, dandiani msiwachwe na baa.
Rumba imetamba, sauti soli na dieri ya kumechacha, karibuni kwenye extravaganza, kaskazini walipofika walifunika. Wakaenda kusini, wakajipata wako kaskazini, wakaja na magigi, lakini si tukaja na mziki. Wo, wo, wo. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hata wazimeta tutazidi kupate. Wo, wo, wo. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hizi vitu hazitakangiukia. Tunapisha, wakifunika, wanafungua. Wakianika, tunaangua. Wakisafisha, tunashafua.
yetu hiyo, nchi yetu hiyo, minasemea hivi vituko, minapa na Mungu sijawahi kuona, na mchanga na lamba waniite mshamba, oh, minalonga bule, minasema bule, nina maneno na misemo, kudu kudua 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 kudu kudu kudulia umande.
Yaani Kenya, nchi yetu imekuwa kama Netflix series. kila wiki episode mpya. Last week walisema wanataka tukue kama Singapore. This week wanataka kujiongezea term limit to 7 years. 7. Alafu tukienda kwa streets, vijana tupigwe risasi ya mguu. Alafu kuwe abducted na manifesto mingi zenye hazitusaidii.
Ai. Tawe. Kichana changu. Wewe umepata hii wanaitanga mental dysfunction. Juu mimi amekuwa akipita hapa, mimi amekuwa akiona umekuwa ukichongele sako sana. Ama wewe amerudia hii vitu mnatumia kama vijana. Unajua mimi kichana changu sipendi ukipotea. Mimi naonanga wewe ndo future of this generation. Sasa sidako nini kichana changu?
Shida hata si vitu zangu mama mboga. Shida ni kutoka ulimitamu akalie kiti. Alitenga miti mingi sana, mabilioni, na ni kama alitupa mbao, sisi wengine tukabaki sawa.
Na mimi nakwambianga wewe unakuanga na akili. Kumbe akili ni nywele, lakini pia hiki kipara yako inakuanga na akili. Mimi sikuwa hicho hata unakuanga umesoma. Hii kumbe hii vitu mnatumia pia kuna venye ni mzuri, ni mbaya, sielewaki mambo yenu kama vijana. Lakini wewe ninaona uko na hii kitu wanaitanga aje. Mimi sikusoma lakini najua kuna future.
Unajua
Usilose hope kijana yangu. Unaona hata mimi najua aje na moja ya Kiingereza.
Huwezi weka unataka maendeleo na gari umeweka gia ya reverse. Itasonga mbele kweli? Itasonga mbele?
Hapo unaongea common sense. Kweli hapo haiwezi fanya kitu.
Hamjambo wananchi. Hamjambo tena. Nataka niibe mali inizoe. Nataka niue mtu nipate dawa ya pesa. Ama namna gani wangwana? Ama namna gani wangwana? Shauri yao. Shauri yao we. Shauri yao enda loteze na wangu. Siwezi kuwa mtu mama. Zambi kwa Mungu babayo.
Mkuba.
Sele.
Salute afande. Salute tena.
Leo umefika mapema sana.
Si anajua lazima to stand on business afande.
Speaking of standing on business.
Aye afande.
Unajua kesho naenda ground.
Kesho.
Na wale jenzi watakuwa wengi.
Jenzi najua watakuja wengi sana ona hata.
Na watanikimbiza.
Aye wafande.
Na mimi sitaki kukimbizwa. Unajua tulikimbilia Kenya kitambo.
Najua wewe hapana terga afande.
Sasa kile tutafanya, tutaita watu wa event walete viti mingi.
Anataka napigia wao simu. Ama wewe naambia
ngoja. Walete viti mingi.
Naleta viti.
Jenzi yoyote akijaribu kusimama kuongea,
mwenye atasimama kuongea,
yes
afande,
risasi ya mguu.
Anataka mimi napiga yeye
risasi ya mguu.
Nataka afande mimi nauliza wewe. Nasimama, nainama, napiga magoti, naangalia, naarfia tua moja, risasi, ba!
Yes, one lege.
Afande.
Both lege.
Anataka napiga mguu kushoto, napiga mguu kulia.
Nataka waelewe kwa nini tumeleta viti. Lazima vijana wakae chini. Si ndio?
Na kusikiza afande.
Aya, kando na hiyo, nataka upitie ile bunge wananchi wametengeneza pale kwa mtaa.
Ile mtaani YouTube.
Wanafanya tuonekane jokers.
Najua afande.
Tulitumia milioni kutengeneza parliament. Lakini hao wanaweka bunge kwa mtaa.
Afande mimi nataka
enda uwavuruge.
Mheshimiwa nisikilize.
Ukishawavuruga, make sure kuna mtu amebaki kwa hiyo bunge.
Lakini kitu moja mimi nataka naeleza wewe mheshimiwa.
Yes.
Anachua ile aiboa. Mimi kama napiga au risasi. Aiboa nataangalia mimi afande.
Au niliweka kwa mfuko. Unajua mfuko ni ndogo. Lakini niliweka kwa mfuko. Aiboa hawezi kusumbua. Wakienda na wewe kotini, tutasimama na wewe. See, you know we are the arms in power.
Anajua mheshimiwa yule akisema kitu mimi anafanya.
Sasa
Aye.
twende nipewe kemikali.
Sasa anajua mimi ana follow orders.
Twende uchukue kemikali.
Kitu moja mimi nauliza.
Yes.
Kama napata mtoto na biga risasi, kama napata mtu mkubwa,
yes,
yote na biga risasi.
Wazee wote wanasema nini? Risasi ya mguu.
Aye.
Twende nipewe kemikali kwanza.
Nafuata mheshimiwa. Afande.
Yes, twende.
Kofia anatoka na anguka. Mimi anafuata.
Wewe mzee, wewe mzee,
wasemaje mjukuu wangu?
Nyinyi hata mwezi kutusupport nyinyi kama wazazi. Si tunapigania hii katiba na ni nyinyi mlipitisha, tuna defend alafu sisi ndio tunashikwa, tunauliwa.
Ngocha. Mimi anauliza nyinyi, anafanya mkutano gani hapa? Nauliza mzee, angalia mimi kama wewe naongea. Anafanya mkutano gani hapa? Anachua mheshimiwa Limitumbo na ameambia mimi kama nabata nyinyi youth bunge nafukusa nyinyi yote. Na nasema kitu moja, kama natema hii mate chini, kabla hajafika chini, kofia naanguka, samehea. Kama anachua ni kirauni, kama kirauni natoka bana iko kirauni. Kama mimi natema mate chini, kama mate nafika chini, nataka naona nyinyi wote naondoka hapa. Na nisikiliza?
Mjukuu yangu, kwani fare ni shilingi ngapi?
Abana niita mimi mjukuu. Anaona kirauni, mimi ni afande na follow orders. Nashika nini? Hebu songa mzee, naona huyu mwenye anashika hapa. Kijana anashika nini?
Sasa kwani kucheka ni makosa? Na kama kucheka ni hatia, basi tukilala tu wote, bado mtatustaki?
Exactly. Mtu akilala aote Ulimitumbo na metoka, mimi napiga risasi. Abana ikoenda against Ulimitumbo na nisikiliza.
Kwani what's going on here? Ni nini inaendelea?
Msichana, what's going on is going on. Kwanza wewe nani nakwambia wewe nafaa nauliza mimi maswali. Kwanza huyu simu nafanyia nini? Washilia simu. Afande nini?
Ni nini unafanya hapa hivi ukisumbua wananchi? You're supposed to be out there hapa hivi nje ukifanya kazi yako. Bunge imejaa wezi lakini uko hapa hivi bado unasumbua watu. Ni nini kibaya na wewe?
Sasa mimi nataka nauliza wewe swali moja msichana. Wewe atafunza mimi kazi ya serikali?
Afande, hapana.
Mimi nakuambia kitu moja. Huyo kuzungu mingi nazungumusa mimi kiganjo nimeenda kufunza kupiga risasi. Hapana kuzungumuza siki. Sabana kasirisha mimi.
Hapana afande.
Nasikiliza mimi.
Right. Tunajua constitution. Kwa hivyo hutakaa hapa hivi ukitusumbua. Tunajua kutumia social media.
Sasa wewe
tutatumia hashtags tutatrend. Wacha kutusumbua.
Wewe najua kutumia social media, mimi najua kufollow orders. Ananisikiliza? Nasema kitu moja nyinyi wote mnanisikiliza hapa. Na katima imate chini kabla hajakauka sitaki naona mtu. Toka! Botea wote nyinyi wote. Naenda against Ulimitumbo nyinyi ni nani? Na nyinyi hapo mtu akikataa kusikiliza mambo Ulimitumbo, nisikie mkisema one time. Napiga risasi.
Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda. Kenya ichi tunayoipenda. Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya ichi tunayoipenda. Daima. Gen Z oye! Gen Z power! Gen Z tutam! Napenda tukiendelea hivyo. Mkiendelea kunyamaza, sisi viongozi tunafanya kazi yetu. Si ndio? Mnafaa mnyamaze, nyinyi kama vijana, muache tufanye kazi kama viongozi. Si unajua tunawatengenezea kazi za 2050. Lakini tunafaa kureduce namba ya vijana ndo kazi ipatikane. Si ndio? Na hiyo freedom mnaongelea, nataka niwaambie kitu moja. Tutawatengenezea dom moja kubwa kama hii hema. Alafu ndani tuweke wifi, mtakuwa free vile mnataka. Ama namna gani wangwana?
We mhesh kwenda. Miaka 5 ulitupea promises. Na hujafanya kitu, ni kututafutia tu na hatupati.
Hakuna mtu ya mathematics hapa. Kijana, nimekaa tu 3 years. Unataka kusema nimekaa 8 years. Na hata kiti bado hajatengenezwa.
Wewe mhesh.
Yes. Next, nani iko na swali?
Ai, wewe mheshimiwa.
Yes.
Kwani ni nini inaendelea?
Kenye nafanya
Ulituambililia promises zenye hadi saizi hauja fulfill. Make hii government ikuwe oppressive kwa watu na bado uko hapa hivi ukiendelea kutupatia promises zenye hazi make sense.
Unajua kwa nini niliitwa ulimitamu? Kwa sababu niko uhai bado na promises nitatimiza. Nataka tu 2 terms. 2 terms only. Si ndio?
Hapana, wewe mheshimiwa. Kwanza sisi ya mama wa soko, umekuwa ukidanganya sisi, unajengea sisi ile soko ya fees. Mimi fees yangu inaharibikia kwa nyumba, mimi wateja wangu wana complain, mimi nawauzia wao fees imeharibika. Wewe tatua hiyo kesi wewe, ama tutoe wewe tuweki vijana wetu na kushughulikia sisi.
Sasa unajua ile regime ilitoka, waliziba zile mito zote tulikuwa nazo, wakatengeneza swimming pool. Ati mpige mbizi mkiwa busy.
Sasa sisi swimming pool manasaidia sisi na nini?
Sasa unajua hatuwezi pata samaki. Na ile mambo ya mboga tulikuwa tumetenga pesa ya fertilizer. Lakini mkasema ni fake. Sijui tuliwauzia nini? Sijui mkatupeleka bunge. Wangwana.
Omoeshi, nataka nikuulize kitu moja.
Mzee songa mbali kidogo.
Kiongozi ambaye alikuwa hapo wale alikuwa anatupea pesa za wazee. Wewe umeingia, pesa za wazee zimepotea. Zimeenda wapi?
Sasa pesa ya wazee tulitenga tukanunua shamba. Tunataka kutengeneza makaburi. Si unajua wazee umri kidogo Yes.
Mheshimiwa, why are you silencing us? Mbona unatu silence? Unafikiria tujui katiba?
Sisi ni serikali
unafikiria tujui katiba?
PWD inclusive na exclusive. Unajua kwa nini Kenya tunatengeneza school for the dumb and deaf?
Wapi?
Kwa sababu tunataka mnyamaze tufanye kazi. Ama namna gani wangwana?
Hapana.
Ama namna gani wangwana?
Hapana. Wewe mheshimiwa wewe.
Yes. Nani kuna swali?
Wewe toka hapo, sio umechoka na wewe. Tumbo kubwa. Wewe hapo. Ndio
Nani anakuja na nini
atuogope?
Nani anakuja na nini atuogope?
Aya. Hii ni mambo gani jameni? Wakenya hamuna shukrani. Tunawafanyia kazi. Wakenya, mimi hata si president wa Kenya tena. Nafaa niende Uchina.
Mheshimiwa?
Yes.
Mheshimiwa?
Yes.
Kwani wewe ataki tena 2 term consecutive?
2 term ndapata, lakini si unajua tuko na puppet ule mwingine.
Kwa nini wewe anahema? Unajua mimi anashangaa.
Wamerusha mawe.
Wapi mheshimiwa?
Nilikwambia piga risasi ya mguu.
Sasa wewe alipatia mimi ofa, aliambia mimi niende leave.
Hapana.
Sasa
nilisema matawi, si leave.
Mheshimiwa mimi hakushika.
Wewe ukuelewa.
Bole mheshimiwa, salute.
Sasa kile tutafanya,
aye,
vijana itabidi tumwafanyia kazi.
Aye mheshimiwa.
Zile miti tulikata,
aye,
tutatengeneza rungu. Tupatie gunzi. Wapambane na Gen Z. Ama namna gani wangwana?
Mheshimiwa mimi anajua. Mheshimiwa wacha anakuambia kitu moja. Mimi abana kitu na doubt wewe. Unaona mambo ya kusema kutenga. Kama natenga wewe mimi najua.
Unajua kwa nini niliitwa babu? Kwa sababu
kutenga mheshimiwa.
Najua. Na kuaga mjanja sana.
Sasa mimi naeleza wewe kitu moja.
Sasa ile social media ile wanataka kutumia sijui AI, sijui nini. Tutatafuta tap queens. Wale watu wa tap. Watap.
Mheshimiwa mimi najua. Ngoja nakwambia kitu moja. Unaona wao wako tap. Mimi yako na mtu naitwa Kayanga. Anajua face of Nakuru. Yeye tap hapo mheshimiwa.
Tap queen.
Sasa mimi anafuatana na yeye. Lakini wacha anakuambia kitu moja mheshimiwa. Anaona kama wewe alikimbizwa. Sasa mimi watu ya Iboa wakikuja, si watamaliza mimi.
Waezi, si tulisema polisi wanafanya kazi independently.
Mheshimiwa.
Mimi sitakuwa nahusika.
Sasa
hata Ipoa wana macho mzuri, waezi tufanya kitu.
Mheshimiwa. Lakini sasa alitenga na mimi hakupatia kitu kidogo.
Sasa mambo yako tutapanga. Sawa.
Sasa si unajua mimi alipiga ule risasi mguu. Akasema ule mwingine nifanye production. Nitoanishe mguu kishwa. Nilifanya hiyo yote mheshimiwa.
Sasa wewe twende nikupange.
Twende.
Si unajua laki inafungwa na rubber band. Sasa tunapanga moja paka laki.
Sasa si anipatie kidogo.
Ikifika nukta
nipatie kidogo mheshimiwa.
Nakupatia. Twende tupange.
Acha mimi nafuata wewe
mheshimiwa.
Twende tupange. Salute mheshimiwa.
Twende tupange.
Salute. Twende mheshimiwa.
Sauti zetu.
Haki yetu.
Sauti zetu.
Haki yetu.
Sauti zetu.
Haki yetu. Tunajua hii democracy it is haki ya Wakenya.
You know, when freedom shrinks, the youth must expand their courage.
Mimi kama mzee naelimisha vijana tusome katiba kwa makini.
Roho yangu iende kukomboa inchi, sasa natoa roho yangu iende kukomboa inchi, sasa natoa roho yangu iende kukomboa inchi, sasa natoa roho yangu iende kukomboa inchi.
15 years later after katiba tulikuwa summoned na sauti ya Pioga Mapinto, kelele za Karemi Ndudhu na ujasiri wa Wangari Maathai. Tulikuwa tumechoka na extrajudicial killings, abductions na corruption. Tulijiuliza, mbona uwe mtoto wa mtu juu amekwambia uache kuiba? Mbona uibe shamba maekari 100 na yako ni 6 feet pekee? Mbona tusome na free education alafu utoe capitation pekee? Mbona ujustify police impunity kwa kusema tupigwe risasi ya mguu pekee? Mbona Kenya ni secular state na wewe unataka kutengeneza kanisa pekee? That's why tulikuwa tumechoka. That's why tumechoka. Tulipatia Kaisari ya Kaisari, but anataka kukula yetu bado na hajali. Tumekaribia uchaguzi huru. Sijui kama tuko na tume huru. Siku hizi kuongea Kenya inatamiwa kama kuwa na kiburi. Viongozi wanajivunia kuwa wa Kenya, lakini wa Kenya tumechoshwa kuwa wa Kenya. Democracy imetaniwa kuwa demokrasia, freedom of expression na protest imetaniwa kuwa ghasia, na bado kwa hii menace yote wanataka kutusilence. Ama ni sisi hatuelewi, ama kuna kipengele kwa katiba kinasema tuuawe. Ati sijui ni nani ametumwa na nani mwambie tuogopi. Tukizima TV wazime internet waambie bado hatuogopi. Watupige risasi za mguu watuvunje waambie hapa bado hatutoki. Waambie hatujasahau struggles za mababu zetu akina Wangari Maathai, Tom Mboya. Waambie hatujasahau struggles za kina Dedan Kimathi. That's why we remember. We remember not to forget. We remember to remember not to forget to remember the struggles of Denzel Omondi. May we remember to remember not to forget to remember Rex Masai. May we remember June 25th na wakituletea noma tuambie ni aje. We are children of Sabasaba.
Iende kukomboa nchi, sasa natoa roho yangu. Iende kukomboa nchi, sasa natoa roho yangu. Iende kukomboa nchi, sasa natoa roho yangu. Iende kukomboa nchi.
Risasi ya mguu, tembea kama umepigwa risasi kwa mguu, risasi ya mguu, tembea kama umepigwa risasi kwa mguu, usiniue afandema, Ruto alisema unipige risasi kwa mguu, risasi ya mguu, tembea kama umepigwa risasi kwa mguu, risasi ya mguu, tembea kama umepigwa risasi kwa mguu, usiniue afandema, Ruto alisema unipige risasi kwa mguu, usiniue afandema, Ruto alisema unipige risasi kwa mguu, nipige risasi kwa mguu, please nipige risasi kwa mguu, aki usiniue polisi, nipige risasi kwa mguu, risasi kwa mguu, risasi kwa mguu, risasi kwa mguu.
Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda.
Tujivunie sana tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka, Kenya nchi yenye baraka. Tumekomboa Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, tumebadili mwendo, tutalinda katiba mpya. Anayependa Kenya haki kwa watu wote, mtu mwenye kutenda haki. Na ukipenda Kenya ujitengane na mambo yenye kuvunja amani. Hatutaki matata Kenya, wenye nchi kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Wenye nchi kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, nchi yenye upendo, hatutaacha Kenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Wenye nchi Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Na nikienda nje sitasahau Kenya, na nitabaki Mkenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Wenye nchi Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Na tumeapa sote wenye nchi ya Kenya kutumikia Kenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Wenye nchi Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Sitaiacha Kenya nchi yangu, mimi mwenye Kenya daima. Umoja wetu Kenya tudumishe, mimi mwenye Kenya daima. Sitadanganywa kamwe na porojo, mimi mwenye Kenya daima. Zenye kuleta chuki kati yetu, mimi mwenye Kenya daima. Nitatetea haki za Wakenya, mimi mwenye Kenya daima. Wala sitakubali ukabila, mimi mwenye Kenya daima.
I hope you are enjoying yourself. I hope we are getting important lessons as we go through this. Our next session is going to have Mr. Kamau Ngugi, the Executive Director of Defenders Coalition, coming up. Karibu. Karibu, karibu, sir.
Comrades. 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 Viva comrades, viva. Viva comrades, viva. Viva watetezi, viva. Viva social justice movement, viva. Social Defenders Coalition, viva. Viva IMLU, viva. Na sisi wote je? The reason why I'm starting that, I want to wake you up. I want you to wake up. Because what happens is that sometime tumekuwa carried away, tumejipata tuko another world. We started by relaxing. We moved to another world, which was green. And then we moved back here to another state of repression. I really want us now to move to another state. So, this will be a very simple conversation. I think yesterday and today there is something that has been unique. We've all, as always, been talking about the state of what we have observed and what we are good at. Dealing with issues that affect the society. Issues that affect our country. Isn't it? We've been talking about the state of civic space. We even have had presentations from professors, from institutions that are doing great work. And this reminds me of some work, of some similar convening we had in 2007 in November. 2007 in November. That was before December when we had elections in 2007. And that similar convening, people were talking about the state of Kenya. And everyone said, from where we sit, we are observing shrinking civic space. We are observing mobilization based on ethnicity. We are observing people that are being displaced. We are observing movement of officers, the police officers that had already been trained and were in different corners and are being reshuffled. In that convening, we were asking ourselves as human rights defenders, what can we do to support our people? In the agenda, there was no conversation about what about we who care about others who will take care of us. And that was that shift that was the most critical part, because by the time, at the end of the day, we said we've been focusing a lot on everyone else and less on us. So the session before here by Salima reminded us the need to focus on ourselves, because if you are not strong, if you are not healthy from within, how can you be the one to rescue others? And at the same time, and the same forum, that's when we were asked, if we are busy running, protecting, and taking care of others, who will take care of us? That is how some mechanisms like the Defenders Coalition mechanism for protection of human rights defenders were initiated, with all the programs that we intervene in. So this session, I really want us to come back to how we started, about focusing on us, and discuss what is there for us as human rights defenders. What exactly do we go through when we are at the front line? And if there's anything that is wrong that goes on, how can we prepare ourselves better? We prepare ourselves better so that that affects us can be limited. So we shall have what we call breakaway sessions. We'll be dividing ourselves into two groups. And the two groups, just like yesterday, one, we're going to reorganize ourselves and hang around here so that we can have a conversation by defenders, the defenders of other people. I'm not talking about by the Defenders Coalition. I'm saying by defenders of other people's rights. And then we are going to discuss, guided by some of our frontline human rights defenders. They're going to tell us, what is your experience? How are you dealing with the issues? What more can be done? On the other side, we shall have a conversation about, remember, things like protection, safety, the right to life are all protected by our constitution. And we have the government as the sole organization, or the sole body that has a duty to protect all of us. We are going to ask ourselves, what are some of the institutions that can be available to discuss with us? So in the room, we shall have the Witness Protection Unit and other actors. We'll have a conversation over there, is that how can we use the mechanism of witness protection to support human rights defenders, to support you. And on this side, we shall have a conversation around some of the people who have experienced various forms of violations, but at the same time have experienced some form of support, and we are going to explore the question of how should protection of human rights defenders look like. Is that a fair conversation? Do you know where you want to be? So I would like us to, I don't know how we are going to divide this, where we're going to take numbers, or you want to stay where you are, and we have conversation on this side and other people. How do you think we should divide ourselves? So, you there, studies group? So good. So let's move it, this team here organize your tables, and the defenders will be here to tell their stories, and they are going to come up with the proposals. And then on the other side, we are going to have some of the supportive agencies that exist that can also support us, and then we are going to have very detailed conversations. And at that separate corners, we are going to have detailed bio data being explained about some of the people who will lead us with these conversations. So can I now say, by the time I spit, by the time it hits down, I want you to have moved to your corners. Asanteni sana. Okay, let's move. So Wangeshi, so the conversation on restorative justice and civic space protection, pathways for victims of state security and police actions. Please, you're moving to the back. And please join Wangeshi from IMLU, and also join in the conversation. You'll also have the team leader from the Witness Protection Unit over there at the back. Then at the front, we shall have the conversation around the threats and safety opportunities for defenders and whistleblowers. Please move to this corner. If we could move very quickly, that would be very helpful. Asante. I'm told we only have 40 minutes for this, and the clock is already ticking. We are reconvening at 12 o'clock.
To answer the question, why am I doing this particular work, is somebody has to do it. I think we all agree that we face various challenges in our work, and somebody has to step up to basically engage and ensure that we are able to realize the fruits of Article 10 of the Constitution. So someone has to do it. Thank you.
I hope I'll be audible enough. I don't think today's crowd is as big as the other one. Okay. My name is Rose Njeri, and I happen to be one of the victims of current state repression. The reason I'm doing what I'm doing in the human rights space, it's not something that I set out deliberately to do. To me, it's just a daily, like a natural progression to how things are. Like any one of us is feeling, I mean, every one of us, I'm sure, is feeling what's going on. You can tell, you can sense the direction the country is going in, rising cost of living, lack of rights, all those things. So it's like natural. It's like we should all be doing this. So that's why I found myself doing, I've always been doing this, but the state gave me this platform by arresting me. So yeah.
Thank you. My name is Robert Oyembo. I work at the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. I work in the Civil and Human Rights Division. So I am happy to join you people. I am not alone. I'm with my colleague Emma, who is the Deputy Head of our Rift Valley Office. So we are here, we have been here from yesterday, we have been listening to you, the hammering, the recommendations, but we are here because we believe that you people and us, there are things we can do together to improve the space that we are in. So we are very happy to be here with you. We are happy to listen to you. We are happy to receive your recommendations, which we can recommend immediately, we'll recommend, but we will listen to you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, comrades. Comrades, viva. Sasa niko kwa wenzangu. So my name is Obino Nyambane from the Defenders Coalition. Going straight as to why I do this, I think this is the politics of our lives. And as Vinny rightfully put it, someone has to do it, and I think it's the duty of everyone to be an active citizen. Thank you.
Naam, salamu alaikum. Bwana sifiwe. All right, dogo dogo. Comrade power. Power. Asante sana. Naam. Kwa majina naitwa Francis Auma. Mimi ni ofisa wa dharura, Rapid Response Officer, shirika la Muhuri, Muslim for Human Rights. Sio religious organization, ni jina tu Muslim.
Hata kwa vile walikuwa naishi life yao, but itawapatia a head start, at least waweze kucope, and that is what that means to them. So I think it's a very good discussion we're having here. Let's build it up and see how we take it. Yeah. Thank you.
I think we've got that element now from a victim-centered. You go by what the victims want, not what we assume is good for them. That's a key distinction. Law Society of Kenya? Okay. Let's go to...
Thank you very much. Let's
encourages you, despite all the risk that you faced, to continue doing advocacy work?
So, to be honest, I never expected that creating something in the digital space would bring as much attention and interest as it did. As before, when I was making these things, these tools and everything, I didn't even have an audience. To me, it was just, this is who I am, this is what I do, so I just share. But like, no one was even, I mean, it was just my friends seeing it and being like, oh, okay. And then when I made the finance bill tool, suddenly, the DCI is on my case, and I had no idea. I posted the link. A few people used it and sent their memoranda, and then I went on with my life. Like, as any developer will tell you, you just make a thing, you hope someone uses it, and then you move on to your next. So it wasn't this thing that it got blown up into to me. When
No? So a restorative justice system must first and foremost understand a victim or a survivor holistically, so that we don't concern ourselves with like compensation. When we talk about compensation, what are the core elements? The core elements must address all these characteristics of a victim or of a survivor. So we must think about, for example, psychological justice. A core question being asked now by many people is when you give money to a parent who lost a child, what does that mean? Does that take away the trauma that that parent went through? So going beyond material or monetary compensation to address the psychological impact that comes with the loss, that comes with the traumatic experience. Then answering the question of probability of repeat. Yeah, so here is where accountability comes in, ensuring that those who are responsible and make deliberate steps to ensure that whatever that happened does not happen again. Accountability is important, and indeed, for many people, just the mere prospect. You see, if I lost a son to, let me not use the police, to a buffalo, because I live by the national park, and then I'm imagining that my neighbor loses a son to a hyena, then my neighbor loses a son to a snake bite, or a daughter for that matter. It won't matter how much money you gave me, but I will be more concerned about the measures KWS would take to ensure none of the animals strays to the village to wreak havoc to people. So a system that ensures there's no repeat. And that has to address root causes. Yeah, root causes. And to me, that's also a core element of accountability. Because my reading of the panel question, we were anchoring it on police brutality. What measures are being put in place moving forward to ensure that the level of trust between citizens and the police improves? How do we ensure that there's going to be moving forward proper and human rights-based approaches to policing? How do we ensure that institutions charged with the responsibility of policing are first and foremost implementing the law as is, the law and observing human rights? So, top of my head, those are the core elements of an effective restorative justice system. But more importantly, I talked about psychological justice. So here is where healing comes. And healing has to be not just families, but whole communities. So relationship building is important as a core element.
Thank you, Paul. You've broadened the aspect of what restorative justice includes by giving us it's a holistic range of services and rights that victims and their families are entitled to. So thank you for that. Going to an interesting angle, the Witness Protection Board. Now, the Witness Protection Agency plays a very big role in ensuring justice for survivors because they safeguard witnesses who then contribute to the justice mechanism. Madam CEO of the board, Commissioner Jedida, what's your take in terms of restorative justice, and how does the agency contribute to ensuring that victims can get justice at the end of the day? What's the role of the board, of the agency?
Thank you very much. The Witness Protection Agency's core mandate is to provide special protection to witnesses who have important information or who have evidence that is adducible in court, or who have important information that would help facilitate the investigation of a crime. And the Witness Protection Agency is a measure of last resort. We have the National Police Service who give us the first line of defense. And when that is not strong enough, we move to the judiciary, who also provide the second line of defense. And so then witness protection comes in as a measure of last resort to protect and to provide just that special protection. Our main focus is to look and support the witnesses. And the witnesses may not necessarily be victims of that crime. Some of the victims may be witnesses. And it is really to support them to be able to stay alive and to stay safe, and more importantly, to be able to deliver their evidence either in an inquiry that may be happening, a commission, or a tribunal or a court, where the issue of restorative justice is taking place. For us, our big focus is really how do we hold the perpetrators accountable using the strategy of the witness. And more so not just every witness, but the witness who is at risk and they cannot be able to survive without the state providing them that protection. So when you think about it from a restorative justice perspective, for us we would look at it from an accountability perspective. How are you going to be able to hold the perpetrators to account? How are you going to be able to ensure that the rule of law is provided?
Funding you and even
answering.
we don't want this relation. Let's come back when this is all over. But imagine if we did that and already the state is intimidating all of us, then we are making them win. So at 50 plus, we say that if we civic actors come together, then we are going to defeat this. And as the state is now innovating and coming up with new ways of intimidating the space, then we also have to come up with new ways of protecting the space. I see you're looking at your time, so I won't take more time.
No, I like that. But they always say that there's what we call the right of reply. The biggest office that we have that authorizes charges is the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution. Now, we have seen, especially when it comes to protests, the charges that we are witnessing, there is a new form of, there is a new trend, because you're having much more serious charges. We're talking about charges like she's mentioned about engaging in terrorism act. We have had murder. We have heard of arson. We have heard of serious charges. So it's no longer about engaging in a demonstration. Tell us, is your office can be trusted as the defender for justice? How do you pick and choose the charges that you want to prefer?
Thank you.
Tell us more.
Thank you very much. As you all are aware, our office comes at the tail end of these processes. the investigations are done by the police or the investigating arms. They compile the files, they bring it to us. So when any file, not just the ones we are talking about, any file comes to us, there are certain things that we must do. We are guided, there's a national prosecution policy that we must are guided by. And there are also prosecutions on, there are guidelines on the decision to charge. You must follow those guidelines. Those guidelines require 2 tests to be satisfied. The first test is that there must be evidence to support the proposed charges. So if there is no evidence to support those charges, however much those charges are in the public interest, that case will not see the light of day. So the second test, if it meets the second test, we have the it meets the first test, which is the evidentiary burden. We still go to the second test, whether it is in the public interest that case should be prosecuted. I have not myself dealt with these terrorism cases, but I know as a fact that all these files that come to us, they will not go to court if they do not meet those 2 tests. Any file that comes to us that does not meet those 2 tests will not take to court. So I have not looked at those files, but I suspect that those two tests are met. Secondly, there was an amendment to the those security laws, so that there is a wide discretion, there's a wide definitions of terrorism, including banning of a lot of public things. So there is a lot of discretion on that. But I will tell you for a fact that if those 2 tests are not made, I will not charge. We have rejected, every day we reject many hundreds of files. Secondly, even if you are charged, there's still opportunity. You can apply for a review. If you feel that you are charged and then you are not supposed to have been charged, and you have material which is, because when a file comes to us, we don't meet you people. We only meet the material that has come from the police. We cannot do our own parallel investigations to check if what the police are saying is true or not. We look at those 2 tests. But because the information is within your own knowledge, if you send that information to us, we will call for that file and review. We have done a lot of those ones. If you feel that you have something that will make us change the decision that we made. I don't know if Emma has something more to say, because she is at the age of...
maybe I can ask Emma to respond to the second part of this question.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for that. The issue is you also have so much power also to withdraw charges. And consistently, if you map a trend, because we do a lot of trend mapping, we notice that a lot of pro-regime, particularly politicians, their charges are being withdrawn, especially when they're involving corruption, serious corruption. And you know, when there's corruption, it means we shall die in hospital because we can't access medicine. We shall not access education because our money is gone. Basically, it affects on all of us. At the same time, so I'd like a comment maybe, what is the assurance? Because again, this comes also with a commentary that I've heard that judges are humans, you know. The reason why we say judges are humans is because they live in the ecosystem of human beings. So, and I also wonder, are the people working with the DPP, you are the DPPs, I believe you're also humans because you operate in the society. And you also understand even when the files are brought to you by the DCI, you know the circumstances in which they have been brought to you. I'm just wondering how also your discretion of powers also align with the society in which you live in, especially because I think for us as civic actors, we really want to build a very strong institutions that people believe in, because we don't want people to go to the streets and do their own, what they call justice. So I'm just in the question around ensuring institutions are trusted. What are the efforts that you're making as DPP, especially in light of what has happened in the two instances where serious charges are preferred, where pro-regime charges are being withdrawn, and of course, we understanding that we're also operating in a point when the right to shoot or not to be shot is being determined by the politicians. Sorry, too many things, but if you can respond them.
I didn't understand the last bit.
It's about the credibility. How do you ensure credibility?
To be short and not to be short. I didn't understand that bit.
If you live in Kenya, you know what I'm talking about. I will not repeat.
Ms. Lucy Onyango. I come from Kisii County. We recently had a case. I'm just wondering, because in Kisii County, there are a lot of violations that occur, especially sexual gender-based violence, and we don't have any safe space in Kisii County. We have the Victim Protection Board, I think in Kisii, we have it in all the counties, but I think the basis of how they operate is what is unknown to the citizens, because we have a case that happened like 2 months ago. The paralegals of Kisii went to court, and it was a case of domestic violence, and the husband was taken to court, and he was in prison. And when the wife came back to the home, within a week, the wife was killed by the community, or rather the family. So we don't know who killed the victim, but it's either the wife, the community, or the family. So then, how does this victim protection works, and is it available in all the counties? And if maybe, for example, in Kisii, there is a lot of violations, and we don't even have a safe house where you can take these victims. You have to maybe relocate them out of Kisii, and people just stay in abusive marriages because there is nowhere you'll take them. Even as a civic actor and as a human rights defender, if you remove them there, where are you taking them to?
Thank you. You said Magdalene?
Lucy.
Lucy. Thank you, Lucy. Desiree, I hope you've had the question about, but also we'll ask Commissioner to also mention whether witnesses, whether people who can give testimony for SGBV cases are also treated as witnesses. I think that will be interesting, so that everybody gets to understand this. There was a question from Kuria. Then I'll give Commissioner last to ask her question as she answers that other question. Kuria.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is David Kuria. I'm a human rights defender here in Nakuru. My question is about the composition of the victims. We have heard that ICJ says that they are just interested with the composition, but not pursuing those people who did all the killings. My question is, what will happen if maybe the police will still go on killing and
of shrinking civic space, like it was mentioned so many times, among the top
goes to the protection unit,
We have a case here in Nakuru which is in court. I don't want to dwell it very much. And 3 of our witnesses, that is Brian case, with KWS. We have 3 witnesses who are in prison, and they had to give their evidence while they were in prison. And we were informed that they are under protection. What kind of protection are they getting while they are in prison?
Interesting question. Nora, Kituo, and Masese, please prepare to answer the question around compensation. That you know, there was a comment that just compensate, but then what happens to the perpetrators that the police will get? I mean, does it encourage that we keep committing these atrocities because we are not focusing on the perpetrators? So I'll ask you to answer that. But now, Commissioner, you have a question, but you also have an answer to give. Okay. You have 2 questions.
Thank you very much. Mine was not a question, it was a distinction. In response to what Desiree was speaking about the victim, that we need to distinguish the Victim Protection Board, which is an act of parliament and focuses on victims, all the things we are talking about, from rehabilitation to compensation to restorative. And with the witness protection, which focuses specifically on witnesses. And both in law exist, and they complement each other. In fact, the Witness Protection Agency sits in the board of the Victim Protection. The Witness Protection Agency sits on the board of the Director of Public Prosecution. The Witness Protection Board sits on the National Council on the Administration of Justice. So that begins to show you how interconnected the Witness Protection Agency is. I say that's what we distinguish, and when we're having this conversation, for us, it is the question you've raised about accountability. For us, restorative justice is about accountability, how to ensure people are held accountable. And so when we focus on witnesses, we are looking at the seriousness of the crime. So Lucy, cases of SGBV are cases that we deal with. KISI is one of the areas that we support a lot in terms of the cases. But as an agency, we will be looking for the witness who will make a difference in court or in a tribunal or in an inquiry for accountability purposes. We are also looking, and now I'm speaking to the criteria, we are looking at the nature and the evidence that that person has to assist in that matter. We are also looking at the public interest to prosecute. Not that the matter is just public interest, the public interest to prosecute. And when you come into the program, we are looking at, do you have alternative protection mechanisms that are viable for you? And if they are not, are you able to adopt to being into the program? There are people who qualify for witness protection, but they are uncomfortable with the mechanisms and measures we put in place in terms of witness protection, because they are very difficult in terms of they don't allow you to have your social connection, your usual economic, you don't quite...
As is prosecution of those who are perpetrating corruption. So I think what we need more is when a case is being prosecuted, especially those who have been found to have violated various aspects of our law, we need to see justice moving to be able actually to provide a deterrence. And I think human rights defenders are not enemies of the state. Actually, what we want more is for our country to be able to function more in terms of access, service delivery. Every one of us, especially when you are sick, you want to access the best medical attention that you can access. That can only happen if the state is working. enemies. And the state can work only if we punish those who are committing economic sabotage. If somebody steals money meant for service delivery, it means when I go to the hospital, I'll not be able to get that service. So I think what we want more is actually an action in terms of prosecuting. And I think one thing that I must speak about is the aspect that is creeping in, is the aspect of detention that is within the confine of the law. So you have been found to have, maybe you are protesting and then you are arrested illegally. And then the prosecution recommend for detention until as they do investigation. I think for me what I can recommend is that you do investigation first and then you are able to profile charges when somebody is brought to court. I think we have seen even, there was a case between Oscar Sudi and the High Court in Nakuru. And Justice Ngugi actually provided some recommendation that can be done, that investigation should be done thoroughly before arresting a person. What is the need of arresting somebody and then you prefer detention as the case is being investigated? It means you arrested somebody without the due diligence in terms of investigation. So I think what I call more is partnership in terms of ensuring that the law is followed. If a case is being brought for maybe touching on a human rights defender that you find that it is not actually meeting the threshold of the law, the thing that a prosecutor can do is basically to withdraw that particular charges. And I think that is it that we require.
Thank you. We'll come back to you on the same. Now, why is Auma? Every time, we have been talking about what is happening within the Republic, within Kenya, and we are complaining these are bad. But I thought that therefore people should move to Tanzania as human rights defenders. But I've seen you accompanying people who have crossed the border the other side, but when they come back, you're helping them to go to the hospital. I mean, Edik, can you tell us what is the state of the East Africa, at the East Africa level, the new challenge that is emerging? What's your experience? What can be done?
Thank you very much, DK. First and foremost, I really appreciate Human Rights Defender Coalition. Without you guys, I don't know, this confidence and strength, we could have gone a long time ago and live mpate mpatae kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Yes, about crossing the border is not the first time human rights defenders have been arrested outside jurisdiction Kenya. A good example is Babu Alamin Kimathi when he was arrested in Uganda. Mbugua Muredhi, the senior counsel, also was arrested in Uganda. Our work as human rights defender frontline, we went to Uganda, Kampala. Imagine going to visit human rights defender in Luzira, Luzira, that is the prison, and then there is Nakawa court with the rapid response there, the soldiers. Alert Kenya NIS intelligence have informed the Uganda counterpart, wale mbelembele wanakuja, simuko na Babu Alamini Kimathi, simuko na Mbugua Muredhi, kuna vimbelembele kimbelembele kierehere, they are coming. So fanyeni mtavofanya pia wale muabane. And our work, my friend, kama una nguvu hii, hauna ile mori, hauna jazba, go and work kwa KRA. Fanye kazi na DPP maybe, Kenya Port Authority. Hata uwe mwanasiasa upigiwe debe Sengenya ukikatika. Human rights defender work is not easy. So we went to Uganda and ni vile we were very smart. We just arrived in Uganda and then we went to Uganda National Human Rights Commission. We visited the place before visiting our human rights defenders. And the commissioner was like, you guys, are you demented? Are you upstairs, right? Coming to Uganda to visit our terrorist Jangili, Alamini Kimathi, Mbugua, So we were deported back. Ni vile sasa it attached the, it attracted the international community. They could have been asked, mumewaumiza ama mumewaarrest, that they visited you, they trust, because they're commissioner, human right. So that was that. Then recently, Boniface Mwangi, the lady Agatha in Tanzania, plus kina Willy Mutunga ambao wengine walikuwa deported, kina Hussein hata kuingia huko kabisa, waliingia tu Jomo Kenyatta, Julius Nyerere airport, and then they were back. But the goodness here, we are networking. Before even you leave, kina DK, they know Uma will be going, these guys will be going. You're networking. Na kuna code, the way we have been taught, trend on encrypt, physical security. Apart from dio tuwajipeleka frontline, lakini we are also smart. Tunajua we are off, or our people are off, leaving jurisdiction, going to another jurisdiction, but our eyes wanaangalia DPP. That's the secret, huh? Tuna monitor. Na tuko na code pia. We also speak code. Hii ni kama jeshi. Tuko na code, msituona TV hivi. So it happened. Boniface Mwangi was arrested there. Agatha arrested. Waliofanyiwa. Na si jambo geni. I can assure you, Kenyan government, DPP, Kenyan government were also involved. Because we make noise. They have already sent alert. We are in trouble. We have been arrested. Tumepokonywa simu zetu. We even call the council kule. Tuko na malawyer pia. Through Kenya Law Society. Nendeni mkaangalie Boni. Sasa lawyer wa kule anakuja kuangalia client wake. Lawyer anaulizwa lawyer na wale wa kule. We lawyer, uzalendo wako kwa inchi ama hawa foreigner, chagua. Lawyer anakuambia uzalendo kwanza. Na anapigwa yule client. Kumaanisha kuwa wale watu ni wabovu. So maloya walioacha wale watu, they were in trouble. Mwisho walivyofanyiwa, Boni akaja akatupwa lunga kwa sababu ya trust na confidence ya network yetu. Saa 8 za usiku, ingawa Salama anasema tuzime simu tu relax, juu mambo ya therapy, wellness. My friend, utazima simu ndio sahihi unapata decay ya uwawa. Ndugu yangu anauawa, wewe unauawa. So sometimes ndio to appreciate nini, lakini sasa ile utazima simu ndio bala. So I was called saa 8 za usiku. Uko wapi? Niko nyumbani. Uko na gari? Niko na gari. Toka naenda wapi? Hatuwezi disclose kwa simu. We toka, kuna subject, fika pale fulani. Sikia lugha, subject, fika pale fulani. Ile trust na watu wetu. Unachukua mwingine kwa sababu ya security, tumetrainiwa, and we went. So to rescue, kufika, that was Boniface Mwangi, and then the second time Mwabili. Hawa watu wakishafika, my friend, ni hata Mwabili ni kamba alichizika what they have undergone through there. Na is not a good experience. Manake vile anasikia yule pia wewe inakuaffect. Na watu lazima pia protect, washafika wako kwako, wewe ndio mtu wa kwanza. Ukiangalia mtu amekuwa sodomized, miguu imefura. Sasa hapa si mchezo kupeleka hospitali pia. Hawa watu wetu wanaangalia, kuna watu wanafuata, wanataka kushika. Kama juzi kidogo nishikwe DK, nimeambiwa nimemtorosha Mwabili mkono wa polisi. Na siku mtorosha. Hii ni script ya Kenyan agency na Tanzania agency. So hii work lazima tujikubali na lazima tuifanye tukifuata nini? The rule of law. Without that, my friend, utauawa, utakufa, utaangamia. Fanya yote lakini uwe straight with the rule of law. That's all.
Thank you. A good way to summarize. The networking, you talked about networking, you talked about trust, but also you're talking about
up until now, we have people, internally displaced persons, who say they never got compensated, despite the amounts of money that were set aside for that. So that history may be the reason there's this level of apprehension. Yeah, and then rule of law. One of the critical issues being raised is in what ways is the president, the panel that was set by the president, going against the grain in terms of do we already have institutions that should have, undertaken that responsibility, and why are they not allowed to take a lead? So where do we, why is the principle of separation of power not being applied across board? So if we must work going forward, we must start with rebuilding trust and allowing institutions to do their work. That's very important. And in order for the institutions to do their work, they must be adequately supported. Sometimes questions that we raise to people in positions are difficult because a human rights-based approach would require, once you give someone a responsibility, you need to support that person adequately in order for him or her to deliver that responsibility. So across the board, the institutions involved, and there are many, do they have the adequate capacity, the adequate support? So for them to deliver on their mandates. So support to institutions that would cement their independence. One of the reasons why, for example, the constitutional commissions are not delivering on their mandates effectively is because they are financially staffed. So as a priority, strengthening institutions is something that we need to see deliberate energy and effort being directed to. Now, mechanisms for monitoring and promoting transparency. I listened to Desley and I was like, okay, yeah, sometimes things happen and we just need to allow them to take the full course. So for us in civil society, one of the things we probably need to figure out is how to ensure that processes, once they start, they are very closely monitored. And there's broad-based participation of citizens and other stakeholders, as would ensure that at least there's some level of trust, there's some level of openness, so that nothing is deemed to be below service. For example, right now, the process of identifying the victims that would be compensated by this panel, how open would it be? What would be the role of civil society? How do we ensure that we don't end up having ghost victims? If we have ghost students, it's so easy to have ghost victims. So I think that would be it. But of course, now the law, the strengthening the legal framework. And thank you, Commissioner, for creating the distinction. Actually, you are responding to me because then victims and witnesses are separate. So strengthening the law, and that requires regular review of laws. So if we firm up the legal framework, then it becomes the basis for institutional strengthening. Thank you.
Great. We have very few minutes, and I have 3 people that are still on the queue. From the SJCs, how confident, therefore,
many progressive recommendations that we can support our comrades here to implement the government holistically. So I think there is an opportunity for us to tap into and internalize the UPR process. What are those recommendations, and be part and parcel of their implementation. That's the only way now we can get to, improve the human rights record for the country, and also, make it easier for ourselves in terms of the kind of work that we do. There is other mechanisms that I can just mention. There is also the special procedures at the United Nations level, including mandates like the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders. I'm not so sure how many of us have ever engaged with such mechanisms, and I think it's very important when we get some of these cases, we get to highlight them, but also submitting regular reports on the situation. For instance, Vinny, you spoke about the serious restrictions in Nakuru County for the past. You even spoke about Omondi. Have you, gone forward and shared, such a case with, for instance, the working group on enforced disappearance? So it's very important for us to leverage those mechanisms, engage, and ensure that some of the concerns that you're having at the local level, they are visible at the global level. The African Commission, I cannot underscore its significance. The African Commission is one of the regional mechanisms that we can usually utilize, and I think they have 2 sessions every year where we can engage either on the floor or having bilateral engagements with some of the commissioners there to help us address some of the key issues. Of course, I cannot speak more about international, our networks at the regional level, from the ground and building it upwards, because sometimes kikiuma na Kenya utaenda wapi? Si utaenda Ethiopia. So we need to establish that. But one challenge that I want to leave as I conclude is, do you know, Muraya, you've been my comrade for a while. I don't even know where you live. You don't know where I live. Can we start having that comradeship, collective need for us to know each other deeper than the comradeship ile tunaitana? Comrade ni aje? Asanteni.
You ended on a very positive note, because I also wanted to challenge each one of us, and I know we don't have time. You've talked about the international space that we can utilize. I've had the East African spaces. I've had the very useful offices like the DPP that is useful. We have talked to our partners, but what about ourselves? I think I want to challenge each other as I give you floor maybe or one or two questions. What about us? What is in it for us? How can we protect ourselves better? So I'm throwing it to the floor. And Jerry, want to say something very quickly before I give it to allow you to ask a question.
Mine is directed to the ODPP, the 2 representatives here. As a victim of state overzealousness, I've gotten to personally experience how the investigations, like how botched they were. I was arrested without being told what I've done. My devices were confiscated. My house was searched without a warrant. I was kept in a cell, for the number of days I was in there with the lawyers, my family. We were not being allowed to see the OB, you see. So then on the Monday, when I was presented in, Tuesday, when I was presented in court, I was picked very early by the Subaru people and taken to your Capitol Hill. I didn't even know that's where you are. And basically, the whole morning, up to around 12 or 1, when I was now presented in court, I was seeing what they were doing, because we were just seated in the car. And what was clear to me was that you kept sending them back, like with edits, like, no, don't say this, or this is wrong, or whatever. It took you the whole morning. And whatever was still presented was still botched. My name was misspelled, sorry. I was identified as a male, all those things. So you said you don't do the investigations, yeah? But it feels like you're the when you're watching pale, you're the one who's like, okay, no, this can't pass. Because when in fact, the DCI officers themselves, because we were conversating, as in, tulikuwa tu tunaongea, and what they were telling me was, we have to go through this step, because if I were to sue, I would sue you, your office, that is. So you saw, you had all the facts at that point, and it was covered a lot in the media. So you knew I was, all those arrests, the unwarranted device confiscation, all that, but you still allowed it to pass and go, like, now to the next step, which is to the judge, so that I can take plea. Why, would you say you're uncompromised when it's clear that there was maybe orders from above to make this pass? Like, would you really say that, Sawa, it's not us who investigate, so don't, like, put that on us, like, follow up with the DCI when you're the ones, basically allowing the charges to go through? How would you really say you're not compromised? And This forum is about the shrinking civic space, the safety of us as HRDs. If this happened to me and I was literally a nobody, what about you guys? Like, you guys have been in this space for longer than me. Some of you have done incredible work. How safe are we under this regime that can control the DCI, that can control the ODPP, and basically add that terror to us? Because right now, if you tell people SHA is not working, this is what you know, the whole thing that was the whole whistleblowing that was happening with SHA. If you now say, you guys, let's go to the streets, people are like, we'll be shot. We don't want to die. There's that fear. And so, like, what do you have to say for yourself to assure us that our safety?
Robert, I wanted to say through the chair, but Jerry is making a very passionate case. Two questions. Let me not repeat for you, please. Let me give you the floor. But the two questions,
just go on.
I can reframe them, and I'm asking, like, even where criminality is involved in the process, no warrant.
We have more facilitative as an authority to the CSOs. Initially, there's been hostile relationship between the BPO and the CSOs and the government. And that's why we're here. And I'm glad Jadida is here and us representing government. And our presence here is a testament to the fact that the government that we are serving is a listening government. And just looking at the theme, youth at the front line, and then reclaiming civic and democratic space amid shrinking freedoms, maybe I have a different idea. I think the civic space has not shrunk, but rather it has expanded. And the reason I'm saying that is, initially in the yesteryears, you couldn't find government representative in such a forum. When you come into such a forum, the next thing you will have is a show cause letter why you were in a certain forum. Are we together? And Wakina Korea will attest that. But the fact that we are here is to take forward the conversation that this Kenya that we are in is for all of us. And the legal frameworks that are set in for the country is there to facilitate all of us. I just came from Maputo last night, Mozambique, and I was there for a week for a conference that we'll later on share. And you could see how such a country has been ravaged by war over time. And you could see the poverty levels are very high. And when you have a privilege of traveling and you compare such countries and ours, then you can now say that our civic space has expanded. We can be able to sit here and talk to each other, and we say we put in mechanisms that can be able to help us from to move from point A to point B. And I was just talking with CEO Jadida, and we're saying, yes, it's true. Kenyans do not understand that we have a witness protection agency, that if you are there and you can be able to say, I know so and so committed a crime and I need to be protected. The Kenya government has put in a place, and we are funded by taxpayers' money to make sure that if you are a critical witness, then come out and you will be protected, and you will be able to be able to help that case succeed. And by that, the victim will have justice, you know. And the authority is here to make sure that we just create a facilitative environment, but more so also we collaborate together to make Kenya a better place. Thank you.
Great insights. Now, to all the panelists, I want you to give us your closing remarks, a parting shot, and really give us a forward-looking parting shot. Really forward-looking, and something that is practical that we can take out of this faith summit. We are here to take forward resolutions that will actually contribute to strengthening the civic space. So kindly give us a forward-looking parting shot, and I would want to start mashinani kwenye tuko. What's your parting shot? What do you want to see?
So, and if you do that, we will withdraw. We have done a lot of we have done a lot, and we will continue. We can assure you, we will withdraw them. But that one, we don't expect it to be in the file.
That's a very good assurance. Kwamba, there's still a chance. Raise it. I'm sure you have a lawyer. So let it be documented. I've also heard that they interact with the files, but I think we need to invite you more into these forums so that you can also see at the back end the things that happen. Now, I'm told there's no time, but I can see people are itching to say one or two. Just haraka haraka tu moja moja.
Allow me just to speak, because I'm part of the victim that Vincent was speaking about, the Lake case. But before that, put a scenario whereby this is a layman who does not understand law and has undergone the same thing Jerry is going. Who is supposed to speak for that person? That person does not know that I'm supposed to raise my hand when I reach to court and claim that I was in cell for this particular number of days. And speaking this, with an informed information that we have 13 young people who were arrested last year during the protest. And amongst the 13, we had a minor. Luckily enough, the LSK were able to bail out the 13 particular people. And until since last year until today, they've been going for mention. We are going for our first hearing, not actually hearing, but they're going to place on a maybe where if the case is going to proceed or not on October 15th. Within this period, we already have a baby. Last year, June 25th, baby. This year. They've been going, coming back, and nothing has happened. Kwa kesi inaonyesha that kuna mawe kama evidence that walipiga polisi na mawe. As a ODPP, and maybe hata tuseme tu kama layman, how will you prove in court that these particular people had those stones? It is more than 1 year down the line. How are they going to put these stones to these people? Na hizo mawe hakuna. Putting in mind, two accused were arrested when they were not protesting, but they were just profiled and marked because of the way they were dressing. And the other one because of what was they were carrying. They were really beaten up when they were arrested. That is one. This year, July 3rd, I and among others, we were profiled just because maybe I affiliate or rather support a different person who is not supporting the current government. And that is why we are saying that as HRDs, we've been profiled because we are supporting maybe, we've believed in a different person. Amongst us, one of us was summoned. And as an HRD, I decided to stand in solidarity with my own sister. But when I arrived at the DCI's office, I was told that I was also part of the people who are supposed to be summoned. I was summoned because I was alleged that I was given $500,000 by a very person that cannot even give me even a single shilling. Up to date, I'm still traumatized because out of that 500 million, I was just requesting for 100 so that I can be able to support myself at home. So we were told to write a statement on where we were. And we wrote a statement, but one of us was arrested and was taken to court with a miscellaneous file. But as an ODPP, from last year until today, kuna a lot of miscellaneous files wanapeleka kotini. Na hiyo siku, I was very happy because the judge, the magistrate, alisema hiyo file ameifunga because kwa nini kila wakati mnapeleka kotini na miscellaneous? Kwa nini au DCI wasifanye investigation before wakuje watushike? Kwa nini wanataka kutushika alafu wakuje wani investigate? Then lastly before I maybe nimesahau ingine because nimekasirika. Let me allow my sister to ask.
So there is someone behind me. Amenizimia mic. Amesema tukatia hapo.
Okay, swali tu moja, just one. Kwa ODPP, just one.
Uliza haraka moja tu.
All right. Mine will be brief. To the ODPP, you mentioned that, for example, if Njeri's case would have been trumped up charges like terrorism, there's an opportunity to have your file reviewed. You mentioned you don't deal with the person, you deal with the material provided to you. At what point can she request for that? Will she have been taken to court already? And also, sorry? Yeah, and at that point, for example, if she does not have a representation like a lawyer, what can she do? She does not have any equipment to communicate, no phones, no gadgets, no nothing. How does this happen? And also in the review, are you still the same body that is going to review the material again? Because allow me to say, if you give me this book to read, you give me an exam, I'm taken back to read it again. I'll be like, if I pass in the second, it will show that I was incompetent in the first case. Sorry.
So let me have a proposal here, because I can't. Anyone else has a question to the DPP? Yes. Who else? Very good. I can see a number of questions to the DPP. The good news is that these are our friends and they are even staying with us. So unaweza kubali tukule lunch kwa kona moja, and then tunaweza shoot some of these conversations when you direct it because of time. Please, naomba, especially because they are all coming from Nakuru. I don't know what's happening in Nakuru, but they're from Nakuru. But also, nazisikiza. But sindikupe tu one last chance and utufungie this conversation. Ninakupa your power to close this conversation after what you'll tell us.
Thank you very much. I'm happy about the questions. A lot of people do not know about what we do. As I've told you, we some of this information is especially within the knowledge of the suspects. At times, the police does not give us this knowledge. So once the suspect, you are saying will be biased, if something new comes up, it means it's not the same file anymore. If there's something new that will warrant us to change our decision, we will do that. We do that every other day. So you don't have to, you can do it yourself. You can do it by writing. You can send an email to us. We respond. If you're in Nakuru, we have offices where there's a court, there's an ODPP official. So you don't have to come to Nairobi, to me in Nairobi. If it is Nakuru, go to Emma. We have offices where there's a court, there's an ODPP official. You don't have to go to Nairobi. We respond to all emails. We respond to all letters. So all the complaints will respond to them. Even if you don't like what you say, but you have a right to say what you have. So thank you very much. I am still with you. You can still engage more. I'm with you. I am open to any discussion.
Robert, thank you so much. You are open to receiving letters. You are open for us to come and visit your offices at the regional level. And you're also open to have lunch with us so that we can continue this conversation.
Thank you very much.
So I appreciate so much.
Thank you very
Guys, you know, when we speak with passion, inatuwasha. Sawa. And I think one of the proposals that I have is that we need to have much more engagement, particularly with this critical office of the DPP. From what you're saying, there is a lot that is happening outside of what you see. And I know that in the past we have had arrangements where because of these conversations, some of the cases against human rights defenders have been withdrawn by the DPP. So I complain about the withdrawal of charges against corrupt people, but I always applaud when the charges are withdrawn against innocent people. So I think for me that's the appeal I'll make. But I think we'll have a sitting to see how can we continue these conversations with various offices, not just in Nakuru, but also in other areas, because we are having the same charges. Guys, I was supposed to give each of these presenters just 1 minute to say just one last word. Just one last word, so that they can also give you their contacts or the organization so that you can find them. I'll start here.
As we conclude, I would like to say that what is before us is a call for innovation. Innovation in terms of protecting ourselves, protecting the civic space. I do not know what Kenya and Africa would look like if this space shrunk. Who would fight for these people? Who would fight for what we are fighting right now? So as they advance their means of oppressing us, we then also have to advance how we deal with them. And Again, my name is Melvin Dogo. You'll find me on social media with the same official name. Our organization is Siasa Place, and the campaign that we've been doing goes by the name 50 plus million Kenyans, and it's also on Twitter. Thank you.
Vincent, don't preach, just.
So I think my last word is,
because the summit is focused on the youth. We cannot always build the future for our youth, but we can build our youth for the future. So for the restorative issues, how are we building our youth for the future? If you are like me, each one of us was a youth. It is a stage. It's not a permanent situation. So each of one of us was our youth. Was I built for the future that I'm living in today? So we need to be very deliberate about that. So we need to ask ourselves the simple question, and for me this is my parting shot. What do we want to restore? Where do we want to restore it? When do we want to restore it? With who do we want to restore it? And let's start with a simple restorative or a very immediately restorative measure that will then be a catalyst to all the other restorative issues that have historically either been slowed, like that pended, or not adequate. But as state, we are there to ensure that justice is done. Thank you.
Wow. Build our future, our youth for the future. Great one. Sheila, are we keeping watch on some of these bills that a commissioner has raised? Because Daktari here, CEO, the PBO regulatory framework, did mention that we need to keep our eyes on the ball. We cannot lose that. Are we keeping an eye? Because you lead us on corruption matters. Where are we at?
Okay. Yes, we're keeping an eye. All those bills, even at the point where they were still at the AG's office, we had very lengthy CSO participation, and both with the AG's office, but also independently, where we're able to share them with other partners working on anti-corruption. And I know that for the whistleblower bill, I don't know about, maybe now we'll know, but I know that the AG's office even brought the bill to some counties. So there was a great deal of participation, and we were invited to invite and mobilize some of our partners in some counties. Of course, budget restrictions and all, which we are all facing in terms of may have limited the extent to which we're able to reach out. But at least at that level, there's been participation, and then we are waiting to see. I've not seen those bills, because I think the real indicator of how well, or whether it was meaningful participation, or whether it was just to tick the box and say, yes, CSOs were in the room, or CSOs were asked to engage, is to see whether they've taken in our feedback. So we're waiting to see the bills that have now been submitted to Parliament, to see the extent to which our feedback was incorporated into the bills. But I think when we now have that opportunity to engage with Parliament, with the public participation, I call upon each of you to take that opportunity to submit your memoranda. But we will also come back to our partners, our citizens, to engage them.
Great, great. So just a few takeaways very quickly. Please keep an eye on the bills that are in different different levels, including the enforced disappearances bill. That's actually a very important bill that we need to have our eyes on. The anti-corruption ones, whistleblower, all those, including the cyber security related ones. Let's keep an eye. Let's be engaged. Public participation, and especially for budgeting. Please, let's engage at community level. All the people representing our communities, please make sure we mobilize heavily so that we can participate. And remember, we must budget for restorative processes and mechanisms. If we don't budget, there will always be there no funds. Awareness, raising awareness of the government institutions, specifically Victims Protection Services Act and Board, as well as a Witness Protection Board. I want to urge the government entities, that's a very important thing, that you're not known. you need to get known and you have to push yourselves, including PBO. Yeah, Bonakito, Daktari, we have to know. I know there's a lot of interest, of course, with the PBO because there's a lot of, entities that are involved in that process. But let's keep getting known out there. Finally, to really thank everyone. The conversation on restorative justice touches each one of us. I want to thank you for being part of this conversation. We keep talking, we keep contributing to the conversation, and thank you for choosing to be part of this session. Let's appreciate ourselves. And our partners, those that were panelists, thank you very much for preparing, for being available. We do celebrate you, we honor you. Asanteni sana. Okay, so we have a 10 minutes bathroom break.
Umoja ni fahari yetu, undugu ndio nguvu. Chuki na ukabila hatutaki hata kamwe. Lazima tuungane, tuijenge nchi yetu. Pasiwe hata mmoja anayetenganisha. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu. Nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu. Kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Kwa uchungu na mateso, kwa vilio na huzuni, tulinyakuliwa uhuru na mashujaa wa zamani. Hawakushtushwa na risasi au kufungwa gerezani. Nia yao ukombozi, kuvunja pingu za ukoloni. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu. Nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu. Kijani ni ya Wakenya tutaishi vipi? Serikali ya wanafiki. Wakenya tutaishi vipi? Yeah. Wakenya tutaishi vipi? Serikali ya wanafiki. Wakenya tutaishi vipi? Yeah. Bali akiapa sisi sote tunangoja. Tunangoja akiapa. Bali akiapa tutaipata pamoja. Tutapata akiapa. Bali akiapa sisi sote tunangoja. Tunangoja akiapa. Bali akiapa tutaipata pamoja. Yeah. Wakenya tutaishi vipi? Serikali ya wanafiki. Wakenya tutaishi vipi? Wakenya tutaishi vipi? Serikali ya wanafiki. Wakenya tutaishi vipi? Hatukubali. Akiapa sisi sote tunangoja. Tunangoja akiapa. Hatukubali. Akiapa tutaipata pamoja. Tutapata akiapa. Hatukubali. Akiapa sisi sote tunangoja. Tunangoja akiapa. Hatukubali. Akiapa tutaipata pamoja. Thank you. By the way, we are looking at, najua mnashangaa hawa ni kina nani? Weka tu maringo, mimi nataka baby tukapora ide, I run away. Having a good, good mind, baby. Forever and baby, me and you, we gonna make it. I'm gonna give you my time. Girl, do you know that you're mine? We go to Addis Ababa and back to Kenya. You up, you know this is my London, baby. Girl, you are looking so nice. Having a good, good mind, baby. Forever and baby, me and you, we gonna make it. One life with no blessings, nothing one gonna do. Girl, you're looking so sexy. If you love me, then I love you too. Sing my love. One life with no blessings, nothing one gonna do. Girl, you're looking so sexy. If you love me, then I love you too. More love with more blessings, nothing one to do. Girl, you're looking so sexy. If you love me, then I love you too. Sing my love. More love with more blessings, nothing one to do. Girl, you're looking so sexy. If you love me, then I love you too. Mighty Father, Satan, Imam, come out to destroy your love, my desires, Happy Father, Mighty Father, Satan, Imam, come out to destroy your love, my desires. Help me, Father, as the first of the real. Same times I've been looking at the street. Oh, Father, please, help me, and take me back to my old time beginning. Because back in the day, brother man, never ever lose your faith. Sister, so don't get to be afraid. No more time, no, I'm on my knees. Help me, Father, as the first of the real. Same times I've been looking at the street. Oh, Father, please, help me, and take me back to my old time beginning. Because back in the day, brother man, never ever lose your faith. Sister, so don't get to be afraid. Mighty Father, Satan, Imam, come out to destroy your love, my desires, Happy Father, Mighty Father, Satan, Imam, come out to destroy your love, my desires. Father. Satan in my come and to destroy your love, my desires, my desires. Help me, Father, good Lord, mighty Father. Satan in my come and to destroy your love, my desires, my desires. Help me, Father, help me, Father. Thank you so much.
To be popping out at my friend hit shit. Unless you pull out the fat crispy $5 bill on the real before it's history. Cause niggas be having them vac.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Priest, the poet. I'm a spoken word artist, and I also serve at Baraza Media Lab as the community and operation associate. And I'll be doing a poetry, a spoken word poetry called Sermon on the Parliament. And with me, it's an amazing acoustic set of Koni Muziki and Avi Caustic. A good round of applause to them, please.
Tupate kujieka tayari kwa shairi.
Umejua well-being. Well-being, eh? Unajua well-being kwa mdomo. Asante.
Actually need to work.
Okay.
Kawibe kuja huku.
Viva, comrade, viva! Viva, comrade, viva! Viva, comrade, viva! We remember their names. Hatutawahi zisahau, si ndio? Alright. Nasikia sauti, sauti ya mama yaniita kwa umbali, keep walking, usibaki umesimama. Machozi ni kwa wingi, mwanao moyo umesimama. I'm speaking for my motherland, Kenya, crying out loud in Alia. Boy, 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 yo, yo, boy, yo, yo. Boy, 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 yo, yo, boy, yo, yo, in Alia. Boy, 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 yo, yo, boy, yo, yo. Boy, 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 yo, yo, boy, yo, yo. Alright, yeah, nasikia sauti, sauti ya mama yaniita kwa umbali, keep walking, usibaki umesimama. Nakuja kuimba tena, nakuja kuimba tena, muisike.
What the president is supposed to issue under Article 132, sub-Article 1C of the Constitution, where the president is supposed we are covering what the regime has done for the last 3 years from the perspective of human rights and governance. So from there, I want to invite my colleagues to pick it from there.
Thank you. I'll start reading the statement. My name is Paul Masese. I am the CEO of Center of Enhanced Ruto's 3 years marked by disregard of the Constitution. 3 years into Kenya Kwanza's regime, the country faces a constitutional and human rights crisis marked by a state of violence, corruption, and institutional capture. The promise of a people-centered Asra government has collapsed into authoritarian rule that undermines democracy and endangers citizens. Despite initial gestures of reform, the regime has consistently defied court orders and created unconstitutional offices and bodies. The president branded judicial officers as cartels and openly declared that no courts of law would stand on his way. Courts altered unconstitutional actions like the gazettement of 7 IPC commissioners and demanded the disclosure of debt contracts, but the regime blatantly ignored these orders. Parliament has been reduced to a clearing house of the State House, passing punitive laws such as the Affordable Housing Levy and the retrogressive finance bills, despite public opposition. Attempts to extend presidential terms and restrict freedoms of assembly further entrench authoritarianism. The office of the Director of Public Prosecutions has been converted into a political weapon.
corruption cases against William Ruto's allies, including Henry Rotich, Wycliffe Oparanya and Isa Jumwa, have been dropped, while ordinary Kenyans have faced trumped-up charges for exercising their right of protest. At least 75 protesters face trumped-up terrorism charges, and over 400 others, minors, face charges which are false.
Good afternoon. My name is Wangeshi Grace. I'm the Executive Director of the Independent Medical Legal Unit, that is IMLU, and also convener of the Police Reforms Working Group and a member of the Board of CFF. Since 2022, state security forces have unleashed deadly violence on citizens. At least 246 people have been killed by police under the Kenya Kwanza regime's watch. However, we caution that the actual numbers are far higher, as the regime has deliberately concealed and tampered with evidence to mask the true scale of its abuses. In July 2023, just a couple of months ago, 51 protesters were gunned down. In July 2023, 51 protesters were gunned down within 5 days during demonstrations against tax hikes, bringing the total fatalities caused by police force that year to 118. In 2024, Gen Z-led protests left at least 63 people dead, 601 injured, 1,765 arbitrarily arrested, and 82 forcibly disappeared. By September 2025, 65 more deaths, 355 unlawful arrests, and 3 disappearances had already been documented. Human rights defenders and organizations continue to face reprisals designed to intimidate and curtail their agency, despite repeated commitments by the regime to uphold the rule of law and protect civic space for citizen participation and governance. The Communications Authority of Kenya further aided censorship by disrupting live TV coverage of protests, while civil society and international donors were harassed for supporting the right to protest. All these violations have made Civic's monitor rate Kenya documented as repressed, the second worst rating a country can receive, indicating severe restrictions of the freedoms of expression, peaceful assembly, and association.
I think we don't have to exchange. Stay here. I'll continue. My name is Sheila Masinde, Executive Director, Transparency International Kenya. The Kenya Kwanza regime has also ballooned public debt by 2.9 trillion shillings, from 8.6 trillion Kenya shillings in June 2022 to 11.8 trillion Kenya shillings by June 2025. Now, according to reports from the Controller of Budget, part of these funds have been squandered on lavish domestic and foreign travel. Without such wasteful borrowing, Kenya could comfortably finance education and health. Still, the development budget in all the 3 years has consistently been less than 10%, despite the constitutional provisions for at least 30%. Additionally, the regime has also been plagued by grand corruption scandals, including the 6.6 billion Kenya shilling reportedly lost in edible oil imports, 3.7 billion Kenya shillings in irregular malaria nets procurement at KEMSA, 3.5 billion Kenya shillings through the fake fertilizer program, and hundreds of millions lost through the National Youth Service and Kenya Pipeline Company. Consequently, Kenya's global standing plummeted, with the Transparency International's 2020-24 Corruption Perceptions Index, placing Kenya at 121 with a score of 32 out of 100. Despite this tragic situation, we are greatly encouraged by increased citizen vigilance, the valor of our young people in defense of the Constitution, and the successful court decisions as things to be proud of.
I'll continue where the others have left. My name is Dr. Magare Gikenyi. I'm a consultant general surgeon and a human rights defender and I'm a network of doctors. So I will continue where we have left. To restore constitutional order and safeguard Kenyans' rights, members of the civil society organization demand the following. Number one, immediate respect for the Constitution, the rule of law, obedience to the court orders. Number two, Parliament asserts its independence and the withdrawal of retrogressive bills, including Assembly and Demonstration Bill 2024, which seeks to curtail freedom of expression, assembly and protest, and the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2024, which wants to extend the presidential term limit from 5 years to 7 years. Number three, we demand the end to the ODPP's role as a political weapon and the reinstatement of dropped graft cases. Number four, we demand there must be financial, political, and operational independence of constitutional bodies to protect the rights and the fundamental freedoms of Kenyans. Number five, we demand protection of the civic space, including the free media and the right to protest, as well as independent investigation into all cases of killings, disappearances, and torture since September 2022, with accountability to all perpetrators. And finally, we demand that the Office of the Auditor General should conduct special audits on all initiatives by the Kenya Kwanza regime, such as affordable housing project, the Hustler Fund, the Health Funds, and ASHA, among others. There must also be audits on tender issued under these initiatives and the beneficial owners of the company contracted. Additionally, we demand that the EACC must initiate independent investigation into repeated claims and theft of funds in corruption
of the Constitution, manifesting in state violence, capture and corruption, and our demands. So we opened it to the media for questions and answers from our side. Who is going to go first? Yeah, please mention your name and the media house. Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Next one.
Human rights
Okay. Very well put. Next one.
Okay, jina langu ni David Murunga, nafanya na Milele FM. Swali langu ni hili. Kulingana na uongozi tulionao hivi sasa, je, kuna mambo ya utawala wa kiimla na kujipiga kifua ili hali zile haki za kimsingi zinakosa kutekelezwa, na iwapo hayo kama huo ndio mtizamo, tutafanya nini kwenda mbele kama wananchi wa Kenya?
Asante. Ungeomba hiyo swali lako lijibiwe kwa Kiswahili tena. Nikuuliza tu. Okay, sawa sawa. Sasa tuko na maswali matatu. You have had the first question about whether the government has undermined the rights of human rights defenders. Then the other one is what we are going to do. Alafu the other one is by Kiswahili, which I'll ask Kiama ama Walid to deal with. So maybe Wangeshi, can you pick the first one?
So thank you for your question. I'll start with the question on human rights defenders. And from what we have documented and the reports that have been shared over the year by all of our organizations, it is evident that the government has undermined the rights of human rights defenders and actually has done everything possible to curtail the voice of human rights defenders. We do know that this has even extended to putting human rights defenders under risk, including those that thought Kenya was a safe haven and came to seek not just protection here, but also to come and support initiatives in the country. So and not just initiatives, but just to come and, for example, Kiza BCJ, we do know that he was picked up while here. He had come for a book launch innocently and he was picked. So whereas Kenya was a safe haven for human rights defenders, it is no longer a safe haven. The human rights defenders cut across a broad range, including bloggers, including the media, people who fight for social justice. And we have seen this government do everything possible to ensure that people who speak out on behalf of Kenyans and seek social justice are silenced. So it's very unfortunate. The media yourselves, the media has been under attack. And nameless human rights defenders, including people like Albert Ojwang, who just spoke out against a key corruption matter. So it's a very unfortunate situation.
The next question is about what we are going to do beyond the recommendations.
You can answer that based on the PIL.
Yes, so you can pick it up.
Number one, what we have said is our collective will that as citizens, which we demand that the same should be done. If nothing happens, what we do among other things, we can sue the government. We plan to sue the government. Even those churches, if you realize, yesterday there was a case in which the office of the ODPP dropped charges for Oparanya, and after the litigation, the court reinstated the graft charges. So what among the issues which we want to do, one, we will move to court so that we can implement. Number two, we will also advocate to do advocacy. Number three, we can also do demonstrations. Sometimes by virtue of Article 37, every Kenyans, including us, we can demand so that whatever we are requesting is not out of the ordinary, is what the Constitution demands. If a body, this government fails to do that, then we can do that.
Thank you. Before Kiama comes, let me just also add my voice into this and say,
what we do.
Yeah. So we are basically talking about state of repression, which means it's a state of systemic and gross violation of human rights and the Constitution. So basically that kind of state, then you expect disregard of the rule of law and then targeting people who are opposed to the bad behavior of the regime. And those are the ones we are calling human rights defenders and also other progressive voices in our society. We are going to go to court and we are going to target the office of the DPP because of what our comrade has raised. And we have said clearly, actually this is the office which is now standing in between justice accountability and the good governance for the country. So that one actually we are going for him with immediate effect. That one is urgent action, and we are also going to continue monitoring and also responding to the conduct of this regime. You have seen we have been able to track the compliance of the regime in power with respect to the constitution for the last 3 years. So we are going to sustain that quest for research and also advocacy in all the spheres of life, also including using the international human rights mechanisms. In October, we are going to appear before the African Commission, because April to October is when we normally have the sessions of the African Commission, and some of the institutions here, they have observer status with respect to the African Commission. So actually we are allowed to present reports on what is happened in the country. So what we have just worked on is going to be part of what we are going to use as point of reference to the African Commission, which is also supposed to be one of the transnational mechanisms for audit the government to account. Kenya now is a member of Human Rights Council, and when it was joining the Human Rights Council, there were certain commitments our government did in writing. So this is also part of that kind of monitoring, and we are also going to be using those UN mechanisms to hold the government to account using this kind of information. I wanted to leave it at that, and my name is Davis Malombe. I'm the executive of the Kenya Human Rights Commission and the chair of the Civic Freedoms Forum. Walid, Kiswahili bwana.
Naam, na habari wenzetu, hamjambo. Kwa majina naitwa Walid Kasim, mkurugenzi mkuu katika shirika la Muhuri, Muslims for Human Rights. Na leo hii tuko hapa tunaangazia nyakati mbili. Nyakati ya kwanza ikiwemo miaka 15 kutoka katiba yetu mpya, na vile vile pia miaka 3 kutoka awamu hii ya serikali iweze kuingia ama kufanya kazi. Na tumeona ukiukaji wa katiba yetu kwa mapana, ikiwemo la kwanza tukiangazia zile haki za kisiasa za kibinadamu. Tumeona kwa uchache zaidi watu 246 wameuliwa kwa mtutu wa bunduki na serikali hii ya awamu ya sahihi. Tukienda vile vile pia kwa haki nyingine, tumeona pia ile freedom of expression ama haki ya kujieleza. Tumeona wenzetu kina Albert wakiweza kutolewa ama kuuliwa kwa sababu ya kujieleza kinyume na katiba yetu isemavyo. Kwa hivyo tumeona ukiukaji wa haki za kibinadamu, vile vile pia tumeona ukiukaji wa haki za kiuchumi, economic rights zetu. Tumeona sheria zikipitishwa kinyume na katiba. Sheria pia vile vile zikipitishwa ama mambo kama vile housing levy, ile ada ya nyumba, na vile vile ile ada ya afya pia ikiweza kupitishwa bila mwananchi kusikizwa, bila mwananchi vile vile kuangaziwa maoni yake ni gani. Tukiendelea vile vile pia zile afisi huru za katiba, tukianza kule kwa kiongozi wa mashtaka ama prosecutor ODPP, tumeona zile ni ofisi zimeweza kuingiwa ndani na serikali na vile vile zimeweza kukiuka zile katiba na zile haki zilioko. Tumeona wakitoa ama wakiondoa zile kesi dhidi ya wanasiasa mashuhuri ambapo waliweza kupora taifa rasilimali tofauti. Vile vile pia afisi huru kama National Human Rights Commission, afisi za vile vile EACC, tumeweza kuona zikiandamizwa katika operation zao ama katika shughuli zao. Hazipewi rasilimali za kutosha, hazipewi nafasi za kutosha za kuweza kufanya kazi. Kwa hivyo leo kama wanaharakati, kama vuguvugu, tumekuja hapa kukemea serikali na kuambia kuwa katiba lazima itekelezwe na katiba lazima ifuatwe mpaka mwisho. Asanteni. Naam. Labda ufafanue kiimla. Naam, sisi tunaamini utawala wa kiimla uko kwa sababu ukiukaji wa katiba ni mfumo wa kiimla. Kwa hivyo hatutafichana. Ikiwa watu chini ama zaidi ya 246 wanaweza kuuliwa kinyume na sheria kwa miaka 3, ikifika hapo sijui kiimla itafafanuliwa vipi zaidi ya hapo. Kwa hivyo naam, uko.
Na kuongeza ya kwamba yale mashirika ya serikali inapaswa kuhakikisha kuna wajibikaji wa serikali yamekaliwa So hiyo hali ya kukalia mashirika ambayo ni ya kikatiba kwa kuhakikisha kwamba serikali imewajibika, hiyo ni nini basi? Huyo ni udictatorship bwana.
Mimi langu kuongezea tu kidogo kwa Bwana Murunga kwamba okay. Haya. Kuunga mkono masuala ambayo wenzangu wameweza kuzungumzia ni kusema kwamba Bwana Murunga, unajua unaweza kumjua chui kwa madoadoa yake. Kwa hivyo mimi hilo swali ningerudishia Bwana Murunga, nimwambie kwamba chui hujulikana kulingana na rangi zake, sio na madoadoa yake. Na tukiangalia katika taifa letu tunaona kwamba utawala wa kidikteta upo. Manake wananchi wameteta sana kuhusu maamuzi ya serikali ambayo hawasikizani nayo, lakini serikali inaendelea kujipiga kifua kusema kwamba tutaendelea. Hata mzungumze, hata mtete, tutaendelea. Na ukisikiza habari ambayo tumetoa leo, unaona kwamba hiyo habari kwa Kiingereza tunasema kwamba the legitimacy of a regime only exists up to the extent in which they respect the constitution. And the regime we have in power governing our country, we see it as a illegitimate regime by fact of their actions, because their actions are unconstitutional as well as illegal. And so what we are saying is we need a turning point at year 3. This regime to be legitimate in the eyes of the people, including those of us present here today, must change course, must make a radical shift from the type of governance that they have shown. Because the evidence is there before us, all of us as Kenyans. We don't need anybody to tell us how this regime has been governing. So this is a call to a radical shift in governance in this country if we have to salvage our beautiful country that has very high potential. And in the statement, we are also saying we stand strongly in solidarity with our young people. They have taken the front line. We continue to encourage them to stay at the front line. We have to hold that line to prevent us from regressing, from democratic regression. We have to hold the line, but not only hold the line, but move the line further towards accountability. That's the message for today. Thank you. Peter Kiama, Director Haki Yetu Organization, Mombasa.
So kama hakuna swali lingine tutamalizia hapo na kuwashukuru sana, because actually a lot of the work you do as media has also been part of this information we are referring to. So you're also part of our sources of information, and then we hope this report is also going to be used in Parliament, because we expect the President to issue the statement between October and November. So this is also going to be part of the report we are going to use toward the President accountable in Parliament, because the Parliament is going to be debating its report, which is normally very shambolic and sometimes comes late and also does not meet the constitutional threshold. So this report is also going to be part of those conversations. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. That was good. If you want interviews with individuals here, we are available.
How many human rights organizations are issuing this?
Yeah, we are.
The list is in the statement.
It is in the statement.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah.
leading to arrests. I don't know how to call them with X now, but we've seen tweets leads to arrest. We've seen satire inviting surveillance. We've seen at the same time basically digital dissent being met with intimidation. So today, we want to address that. What is the balance between the state's regulatory role and the citizens' right to hold duty bearers to account? So we'll be having 2 sessions again. One at the front, which I'll be able to be the rhythm driver, that will focus on balancing the state's regulatory role and citizens' right to hold duty bearers to account. And we will have different actors, including Article 19. We will have Think Beat. And then also, we will have a parallel session at the back that will be guided by Madam Gadhoni from UNDP. And it will basically focus at the opportunities and landmines in the new work of legal regimes for CSOs. We've been facing the PIBORA era, where as well as in the new CBO Act and all this. So what opportunities do those present to us? What does it entail? The new laws that we have in the country, you know, the POTA and everything. What are they holding for us as civil society organizations? Some of the spotlight voices there will be PIBORA, the Directorate of Social Development. We will also have Inform Action, Katiba Institute of Courts, as well as NACSOF and Hakietu. So if you're interested in the first session on balancing the state's regulatory role and citizens' rights to hold duty bearers to account, we will meet at the front. And then the other session on landmines and opportunities in the wake of new legal regimes for CSOs will meet at the back. So please, ladies and gentlemen, nawasmailia, najua kuna njaa lakini nawasmailia to move haraka haraka. So please, we'll have one session at the back and the other session at the front. Where's the mic? Okay, so we are here today to cover basically aspects of freedom of expression, and we have different actors. We have Think Illustrate with us. We have Tech Global. We also have Creco. Dan is here with us. And then we also have Article 19. So let us first of all introduce ourselves and what we do along those organizations and the role that we play, so that we can now get into the real questions around the security threats, the opportunities that are there, the challenges that we face, and what we as a CSO can do to manage the situation and to ensure that civically we are able to exercise our civic liberties well. So I'll start with Mudhuri.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, everyone. So my name is Muthuri Kathure. I'm a senior policy fellow at the Tech Global Institute. So the Tech Global Institute is a global think tank that provides resources for civil society organizations to navigate the digital space. We look at issues around internet policy, platform governance, and the whole conversation about integrating AI in our work, bias and discrimination conversations around the same thing. And our focus is on the global majority, so making sure that we decolonize, but also center the voices and the people from the global majority when it comes to conversation around tech and society. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We can give Angela from Article 19 also.
To get a government
Good
representative.
afternoon, everyone.
So we'll see how to navigate that. Yes. We'll see how to navigate that and see maybe we can have recommendations coming from that discussion. So I would request maybe our panelists just to introduce themselves, and then we'll delve into that discussion. So I'll start here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zipporah Nyangara Mobi, but you can call me ZP. I lead an organization called Haven of Dreams in Nakuru, and I also train and facilitate on issues of mental health and human rights. But for the purpose of this conversation, I'm also representing the Nakuru County CSOs Forum. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Laxmana Kipto. I'm the CEO of Public Benefit Organizations Regulatory Authority, otherwise known as PBORA. I've been told to say that. Otherwise, as we're saying, BBORA, because of the acronym is English. I'm here to discuss, maybe to give you an update on the regulations, and also to speak about the opportunities that the Act presents as we implement, we actualize the Act. Also, I'll also be able to talk about recommendation 8 on FATF and grey listing of Kenya. Something that maybe some of you know, some of you don't know, but I'll take an opportunity to discuss those 2 items together with my able staff over here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Steve Biko. I work for an organization called Inform Action. We are a civil society based in Kenya, civil society organization based in Kenya, mostly operates from Nairobi, but from 16 other different county clusters. During the day, we are a super civil society organization, and also sometimes we moonlight as a media organization, an independent media. So we use digital tools and technology and cameras to just capture and document human rights conversations, dialogues, and also legal and policy frameworks, situations in Kenya, as we keep a document version, a digital version for it on our digital platforms. I'm looking forward to this discussion, and thank you.
Hi, I'm Nora Mbagathi. I'm the Executive Director at Katiba Institute. We use public interest litigation, civic education and research to entrench constitutionalism in Kenya and the wider region. I'll speak a bit about the difficulties there have been in implementing the Community Group Registration Act and some of the experiences we've had on our side with the Act. Thank you.
Sorry. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Masi Soy. I'm from the PBO Regulatory Authority. It's a pleasure to be here and to engage. Allow me to pass the mic to my colleague Bernadette before we pass it to the other side.
Good afternoon. My name is Bernadette from PBO RA. We will be glad to participate in this conversation. My name is Bernadette Njeri Nzomo.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Peter Kazungu. I work with Haki Yetu organization. This is a human rights organization based at the coast. We focus mainly on ensuring that marginalized communities are included in conversations that matter to them, that they have access to justice, they have access to
road
services.
is when it comes to the digital space, what an airport is when it comes to the digital space. So it's a public infrastructure in the digital space and includes things like the surveillance. We have the whole Konza Technopolis conversation. We have the whole conversation about keeping the city safe. But then we've been researching and looking at, for example, when we say we are setting up CCTV all over Nairobi, have we reviewed and looked at crime rate reducing? Or what have we seen is using that human rights defenders and journalists or bloggers or anyone else end up being, affected. We've had the conversation the other day of the 4 guys who were in police station, and then their gadgets were installed with spyware, and now they're being tracked by government. So surveillance is a big one all over the world, just to shut down dissenting voices, protesters as they rise, and things like that. The second thing that is really coming up is around deployment and development of artificial intelligence. All of us are probably using one tool or the other to do something, either our work or even our personal stuff. The truth is the power, the financial muscle is with the global north. And everything that is being built is being built. The best description is put out as it's built by an American thinking like them. That's why we had, there's a time we had, I think when ChatGPT 1, when you go and search, give me a description of a beautiful woman, and it would give nothing to do with a black woman. It's been built that way. So one of the things that is really coming up is now with the deployment, governance of the same. So Kenya, for example, now has an AI strategy. Rwanda has got an AI policy. We have, at the continental level, we have the AU AI strategy, and we have a lot of people who are looking at how do we fight things like bias, discrimination, data protection, because it's our data that is being used to build all this. There's a whole conversation about ChatGPT being built by young Kenyans and things like that. And it's coming with its down and good side. So people are saying when you apply for a job these days, and then they run it through the AI check, which I did for a paper I was writing. I wrote that paper myself. And when I ran it through an AI detector, it told me it was 80% AI written. Because one of the arguments is the language and everything that is there is nearly to what, as a Kenyan, would probably do it. But on the other side, they are saying, if you write so well as a black person or an African whose English is the 3rd language or the 4th language, you've used AI. So the challenges that come with AI, and they need to govern it. The third thing that I can talk about, which has been there for a long time now, is data protection. I think this is big now, even with civil society organization. I know you are thinking about how to keep your data safe. Probably you have a data protection officer, or you're working with Office of the Data Protection in enforcing some of the laws and policies. It's very important to say that most of our data protection laws, especially in Africa, are a copy of the GDPR. So this is the EU data protection law. It was a copy-paste in most of the places. The good thing is, if you look at that law, 60% of it gives power to the data subject, so the owner of the data. 20% I say it's responsibility to the data processors, data handlers and things like that, and then the other 20% is the implementation mechanism. I need to mention that I think the Office of the Data Protection Commission in Kenya is fronted as an example in Africa, as one that is working. I think yesterday they won around 4 awards at the global level. And from my experience, I think it's one of the government institutions that I would give a thumb up. They are really taking up cases, and there's a guy whose photo was taken by Cooperative University, and then they used it for advertisement. The guy made some money out of it because they used their data not for the reason why they collected it. So data protection is also a big conversation. Please check. The Office of the Data Protection Commission has consultation for everyone in terms of ascending the Malabo Convention. So Malabo Convention is the same at the African level. So that's a conversation that has been there. I think most of the countries now have got data protection laws, but the implementation is not happening. In Kenya, we are fairly doing well, and we are an example in the continent. The other thing that I can paint is the future of work. We are now seeing people working online. We are seeing there's something called gig economy now. People like me, the last time I went to offices when I used to work with Article 19. After that, I've never had an office. My other employers after that have had me working from home. But also beyond that, we've seen creatives, people making money out of social media platforms. We've seen people being employed by tech companies, some with very bad manners. We've heard of people who are doing content moderation. They're not well remunerated. They are hired through third parties. They are subjected to see crazy, like porn content. And one of them was telling us after they left their job, they went and home. At some point they were watching a horror movie, and everyone in the house was like, but she was unashtuka nini? Because they have been subjected to this without any mental health support and things like that. So the future of work is also another big piece of thing that is coming, and Africa is also on the receiving end. If you look at the pay, the treatment, the hub is in Nairobi. We have a lot of third-party employers with either data annotation or content moderation for big tech. I think Ghana as well and Nigeria. Guys are brought to Kenya from other countries to do content moderation for Kenya, Rwanda, or Kirundi. And when they're being flown to Kenya, they're not told what work they're coming to do. Then they find themselves here doing, checking some crazy stuff. So that's another thing that is really, really coming up. Connectivity, which has also been a big thing, but then in this case, I wouldn't talk about maybe internet penetration with, I think in Kenya we are like 48%. And then mobile phone penetration, we are doing 121%, meaning some of us have got 2 phones. But then what I want to talk about is when it comes to connectivity, the whole question about internet shutdown. We've seen a couple of internet shutdown incidences in Kenya, in Tanzania, in other countries. So it's also like a way to silence people. And the thing that I would want to tell us as human rights defenders and civil society organization, we spoke when internet was shut down during a civil and political event. But what you probably don't know, or what we've not spoken about, is Telegram is always shut down every time there is a national examination. That's how they start to test water. So you're not speaking anything. So next time we will throttle Twitter. I think someone today was saying the photos on Twitter were not clear or something. So if you look at internet shutdown, there is different levels. I think for guys to go and read, right from the proper shutdown to throttling, where you una scroll, inakata kupanda and things like that to it. Having painted all that ugly picture, I think there is positive to it in terms of use of technology for movement building, for the work of civil society. Gen Z gave us a very good example. We've seen the same thing happening in Asia and other countries which have used social media to build and and use it to do things. So in as much as there is all this picture that I've painted that looks like hopeless, no, there is a lot of hope in terms of how we use social media platforms, how we engage with tech companies, how we look at future of work as well, there are opportunities to that, and how we can push for connectivity for people who are also like working in machine learning. So I didn't touch on information disorder. I think Kreko would talk about misinformation, disinformation, and I didn't touch on online freedoms for Angela, the expert.
Thank you so much. We can clap for him, please. Moduri has touched on something on securitization that has piqued my interest and that Angela will carry from here. But just to add on to the local context and what we relate with, we've been having conversations around abductions. How have these people been tracked? Where do the police get their number? Where do these trips go? You see an account that is active and the next thing, it's no longer active. Were they abducted? How were they tracked? And if we look at the case, I've forgotten, but the case that currently is in court on the person who had posted something against the president, and we had the communications authority in court, and they were actually asked, how did you get the court order to be granted this information by the telcos to go ahead and allow for the tracking and identification? Because Modure has also touched on the AI and how things have been possible through AI. So the question comes to, and we've gone far, as much as even organizations such as Muhuri, we have a case against Safaricom over its role on tracking and abductions during the Gen Z protest that is currently in court. So my question to Angela will be, what do you consider as the immediate threats or the securitization aspect of basically freedom of expression in Kenya, and particularly the digital space also? Thank you.
Thank you. I feel like I've been put on the spot, so many controversial things. Let's start from the laws, because I think Kenya's legal framework leaves a lot to be desired in terms of ensuring freedom of expression online. I'm talking about the Kenya Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act. I think it was widely used last year during the protests. So Omanga sued someone, Ruto sued several people, using different sections of that law. That law is being challenged by Article 19 and other associations like the Bloggers Association of Kenya. We are challenging several sections of that law. The case has been pending for the past 5 years. And so for the past 5 years, we were not able to suspend its operation. So that's why you saw it being used a lot. But I want to talk about the devil in the details in that law that I feel like civil society does not talk about. And it is the investigative powers granted to the police in the guise of fighting cybercrime. So the investigative powers and processes would allow the request for information from telcos like Safaricom. It would allow third parties to hand over information that might help the police find you and things like that. It will allow the police to take your phone, clone it and things like that. I think there's an interesting case that we are hoping that it would develop further, because a group of human rights defenders were arrested and now they're claiming that
done in a certain rush. There is zero co-designing. As he said, there's very little involvement on the guys who do the demand, hold the demand side, yeah. For this one, it was slightly different because I think there's so much interest from both CSOs or generally just the non-profit sector, stemming from the INGOs, coming from civil society, coming from all other non-profits that work within the sector, because it's a law and a regulation that is at the core of their everyday implementation. So just a few pointers from what we saw, and this is a very helicopter view, very overarching, because we could have gone slightly deeper. I know the moderator will limit me on time. So one of the things that was quite impressive was the co-design. And in this case, since it was something that had been anticipated for 14 years, and then it came to place when nobody was expecting in May last year, and then all of a sudden now everything has to roll into place. So to that end, the co-designing was quite commendable in one way or another, because as organizations within the fraternity under the CFF, those quite that fast convening to just call people and let them know these regulations are in place, this is what's inside. Whereas there was quite a good chunk of city-based organizations, or what they call big town organizations, what was done after that is what really mattered, because there was smaller convenings of CFF finding out who is best in Turkana, which organizations are best in Turkana, and would be able to cascade this down further. We have looked at these regulations. We've had a number of lawyers and legal educators and people from the CSO look at it deeply, analyze it bit by bit, line by line, and then line by line of the regulations. And then at the end of the day, they came up with this whole analysis. And with that, it was cascaded down to who is in Turkana, who is in Garissa, who is in Lamu, and to a good extent, CSOs hold specific doors to specific communities that are not privy to us, the city people or city organizations. I'm not saying we are a city organization, but the point is home, that this information had to get there. And then finally, the analysis was broken down bit by bit in most situations, not all. And then finally, with the presentation of memoranda and petitions and just feedback to the PBORA, or the public, it's too long. There was quite a bit of more structured feedback, that people were giving feedback from what they know, what at least they have had a bit of interaction with. And it's one of the things that came out as good. Pitfalls, perhaps I'll find some extra time to speak about some of the pitfalls that we saw, but that is just an overarching view in terms of what came out in terms of the core design, CFF being involved, and heavily insisting on getting space to just ensure the public participation was done in an elaborate, in a structured, and in a more open manner, so that it involves everybody who is at the core of civil society and non-profit organizations. Thank you, and over.
Okay. What I'm hearing is that the bar has really been set high. Of course, there are people who would feel that, but I've
Quite
had in different
a
quarters.
paradox when it comes to civil liberties online. Finally, I would just like to pose a question, and for you to think critically, is with the emerging technologies and what we can do now and how connected we are now, it is quite interesting that our freedoms are being taken away even more. You'd think that with emerging technologies, we'll have more freedom of expression, we'll have more access to information. But that seems to be the opposite. And as civil society, we need to look at these bottlenecks to free expression in the digital age. Why is it that the technology is, evolving so fast, but the threats to it are multiplying, and it's even harder now than ever before? It means I can be tracked. It means when I post something, that information about my account could be shared with my government and things like that. So we need to ask that question, I think, more critically, and stop normalizing the use of digital tools and the digital space to further silence us. I'll end it at that.
You can give her a clap.
Thank you so much, Angela. I think you've also set the pace for the next speaker. My main takeaway was we shouldn't police opinions, right? So let's not police opinions. This is for the government if you're watching. So there is a question that Angela has given us to criticize, to think about, and this is basically on why is, as the technology is advancing, instead of the risks and threats reducing, why are they multiplying? And we've been faced with this problem on information disorders in Kenya a lot of times, right? We are speaking of misinformation and disinformation. And I think you can't speak about that if you don't mention CRECO in it. So I think I'll let Dan touch on that, try to answer, critique that the question that Angela has given us, as you address also the challenges, the threats, and what can we do as CSOs, as citizens, to bridge that gap on basically misinformation and disinformation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I truly reckon with what Angela is talking about. But I think maybe it's important for me to mention something that we are experiencing the greatest haste in history. Actually, it's the haste of what we can say reality itself. And even thinking of even the participation of citizens within the civic space and also even into democratic processes has been very challenged because we have a citizenry that is not acting from a point of reality. In fact, actually, looking into even some of the recent happenings in our country, talk of since last year when we had protests that were mostly influenced, or the genesis of this protest, including actually the motivation and even the kind of mobilization that was happening. It was happening digitally. You realize that we got to a point where I would say kind of the political class used a particular narrative of asking, why are you on the streets? And in fact, we even saw the media also getting into that, asking different protesters, why are you on the streets? And what was quite unfortunate is that we found that there were so many people, in fact, and some of these videos even were shared on social media, people giving all manner of responses towards why they are on the streets. And actually many would give responses and you would clearly see that this person is actually protesting and whatever they are holding in their minds is actually misinformation or actually even disinformation with regards to some of even the provisions of the Finance Bill 2024. So I would say that what we now have is a situation where we have mis and disinformation, because mis and disinformation operates within an economy where we have different actors, we have the creators, we have actually the funders, we have the spreaders, and now we also have now the regulators. But now what has been happening is that we have the funders and the creators of mis and disinformation being even the state actors, even being the state itself. And that is why we have now even what we can say within the civic space. We are here talking about reclaiming the civic space and the democratic space. And you realize that now we are now challenged or facing a challenge where, we have actually been deviated from some of the issues that we should actually be dealing with even as the civil society sector. We are now dealing with constant falsehoods within the public, and also within even in government that comes from government. So even as we go to do some kind of civic education out there, we have a very hard time because we have people who have access of so much information, but again, the wrong information. Some of them have been fed with a lot of disinformation. So even as we do civic education, it becomes very difficult. It's actually very easy to train a small kid because of the kind of vacuum that they have in their mind than train an adult who has already learned so much, because unlearning is very difficult. You better learn than unlearn. So this challenge, I must say, has really impacted the civic space and also the participation of the citizens in democratic processes. And you know now the human cost of all this is when we have abandoned polling stations, when we have disillusioned youth being out there, knowing that there is a right that I should be fighting for, but I'm not very sure about the kind of right that I should be fighting for. So we need to get back the reality into the civic space by actually sensitizing the young people. And when you talk about the digital space, we, as CRECO, we've been talking so much about what we call self-regulation, because we realize there couldn't be any cast on stone method to fighting misinformation and disinformation. Then we have to sensitize the young people on how to verify, how to fact check. When we see government saying that we've set aside billions, we've actually invested this amount of billions, which is very synonymous with the current government, do we have young people who have the capacity to go and interrogate even some of these figures? So that even as you stand and you are calling the government or putting the government into account or holding them accountable, then again, the question is, are you doing that from a fact? Or do you have a reference point where you can say that this is where the fact is, and this is not actually factual? But again, the biggest question would be, as I conclude, who is the custodian of the truth? I think that is the biggest question that we have. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Let's give him a clap. Okay, so now with the challenges that we are facing, Jackie has been doing an amazing work with Think Illustrate on access to information. So are there any opportunities that we can pursue to ensure that we have a more protected space, a space that has much freedom compared to regulation, and where citizens can freely participate in? Thank you.
Thank you. So I would like to ride on the previous three speakers, because a lot of it actually boils down to access to information. And the way we define access to information, it's not just having information that is available to you. It's information that is factual, it is verifiable, and most importantly, it's understandable to you. So for example, I like to use this example. If you go to kenyalaw.org, you're going to have a list of every single act that has ever been passed in Kenya. All the acts of parliament are there. But the question I always ask is this: those acts, who are they written for? They're not written in a language that the ordinary citizen can engage with, can understand. And Angela has mentioned something very important when she was talking about Section 6 of the Cybercrimes Act. It is put in a way that you will think on the surface of it it's a good thing, but once you interrogate it further, you see that it's actually meant to curtail your freedoms. And access to information is a basic pillar of democracy. And incidentally, Monday was also the International Day for Democracy. But when we're looking at the state of our democracy as a country, can we really, with certainty, can we say with our chest that we live in a democratic country?
Across board, because we've not had very good experience in the past with the different bodies. But the other one, again, is a legal question. And my concern is the overlap of other laws. Because maybe perhaps from an FAFTF perspective, yes? We are supposed to disclose, or you may ask for us to disclose some of the information if there's a potential risk that perhaps we are funding terrorists. But then there are other laws that protect some of those information. We have the Data Protection Act, for example, counterterrorism, and other laws that protect digital services. So I feel that there's a potential, if these things are not harmonized, there might be a clash. So I don't know whether this is something we are all anticipating, and what safeguards are we putting to protect ourselves from that. Thank you.
Thank you. So let me just have all the questions, and then they can, because you were to do something on FATF as well. Okay, so.
Why don't I allow you to ask the political question after I've asked the legal question? So then, yeah. One reason why we agitated for PBO Act was that the regulation of the sector was characterized by institutional fragmentation, yeah, having too many laws governing similar type of organizations, and therefore we envisage that would have a law that would therefore coordinate the regulation, if not harmonize, the regulation of the public benefit type of organizations. But now, looking at how we are implementing the PBO Act, and particularly reading from the draft regulations, the regulations were to provide for registration of national PBOs. So what happened to the idea of county PBOs? And when they were writing the Community Groups Registration Act, why didn't they also make references to the PBO Act? Because it was the prior law. Because then you would have anticipated, if the intention for having the PBO Act is to regulate the national level kind of organizations, then there ought to have been a comprehensive framework for regulating county PBOs, which in that case would have been the Community Registrations Act, but you don't see that kind of vision. So how do we get out of that quagmire that despite having the PBO Act, we are then going to go back to the institutional fragmentation that characterized our sector before? Shouldn't we then have the UR regulations opening door for registration of specific county PBOs, PBOs that have a county character, that have a PBO character, but only want to operate within a specified county? If we do that, then probably it could address the weaknesses that Nora has spoken about. Because looking at PBO Act, it's progressive. It can allow any in fact, it allows us to advocate for accountability, good governance, in a very liberal and progressive manner, unlike what probably the Community Registration Act provides for. So I would like to hear from the DG. Have we lost that vision of ensuring that there's institutional harmonization, if not coordination, for the regulation of the entire PBO sector? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wambua, for that question. And I can pick it from there. Because in the PBO Act, there's a definition of what a PBO is. Any actor who is doing a public benefit activity, and the public benefit activities are defined, which therefore mean, I think the vision of the Act, which came from the sector, was to have then a regulatory framework which is progressive, then which then cuts across levels. So I think the PBO Act was not supposed to be of either national, whatever. It's for every actor who is doing public benefit work, which is properly defined, and then goes to all different levels of the society. So that, I think the problem is, I think there's also a lot of parallelism in terms of how we are thinking about the regulation of the sector. And that's why now, Wambua, we have that Community Registration Act. Now, sometimes this year, there was also other proposal to have now other legal framework regulating youth serving organizations. Yet, we know we have so many regimes which can serve youth depend on whatever they want. You can be a PBO, you can be a trust, you can be a company limited by guarantee. So I think we just need to have some kind of clarity in terms of how we are going to consolidate and harmonize the regulation. But also that does not mean, we also have to be very clear, the PBO Act was meant to provide a framework where you join on voluntary mechanism unless you are transitioning from the NGO Coordination Act regime, like some of us. So sisi tuliwekwa iko, the law put us there as a matter of, there was no option. But now the ones who are enjoining, they have not an option. So I think the question should also be, how do we then enjoy all these options, but also in a way which also ensures harmonization? But I also know in the Act, it also allows you to, there's a way you can also exist in more than one form. But the question I just wanted to ask is, Yeah, and Wambu was right. It's a political question. Is this question of sharing civic space is a political problem. And when we met with you, we told you as we move towards election, things are going to be a bit more complex. And there's definitely going to be more pressure for the different regulators to be added on different organizations. So I just want to raise that again so that you just put it in the back of your mind. And I'm sure you have gotten this kind of pressures. And therefore, I know where you sit, and given your background, which you shared with us very well, you have wisdom in terms of how do you deal with those difficult security and political situation. Because I think what I just wanted to say is the way governments, politicians operate, they can put pressure on you to meet certain demands and interests. And then now when pressure also bears on them, they also push you outside. We saw what happened to, and we don't like to compare, we can't compare you with that guy during the era.
I'm being told time,
Okay,
so
yeah.
yes.
Finally, just to say, I think as we talk about public participation bill, I think the way we have managed the PBO enactment and also the PBO regulation, I think it's worthy documenting, especially the regulation, the way you have said, the process from the closed door meetings, from all the consultations, the launch. It was a launch which was where it was a civil society affair led by the DG. I think we have gone through so many processes, including actually putting in place a special forum for the marginalized groups and online conversation. I think we need to document that so that we can show, in practice, public participation is not a privilege. It has been done, and it can be done in a way which is possible, but where participants are also able to accrue benefits. So for the documentation by information, now we are waiting to see to what extent does this progressive process deliver the aspirations of the people at the end of the day. And also the fact that you are talking about harmonization, which means you accepted the fact that there were parallel regulations by the civil society. And you see other people would say this is a government process. So we can come up with our own new regulations and drive the process. But the way you started, you accepted ya kwamba kuna two sets, and then the idea is harmonization. So I think that's also very, very good ways of partnership on matters of public interest. Thank you.
Thank you. So there are many questions. So I don't know how you start. Yeah.
I will do the political, and then I'll leave legal to Mercy, and then on FATF. Bernadette. Number one is that just to inform that we were deliberate to work together with Inform Action during the public participation. So, and I had assured CFF and the group that ours is a collaborative approach, and that's what we are going to do henceforth. Of course, we are alive to the fact of the political pressures that's going to be there, here and there. But I also want to caution you as the CFF and all the CSOs. And I said here earlier that you've got to stay to your call to the true north. Otherwise, if you go either side, then there will be a matter of perception. And I said, I was giving someone a classic example that if we come here and we sing one term and then the other one two term, then there will be a perception that these guys are from this side. So CSOs should be apolitical. I mean, you stand there apolitical in terms of if you advocate for civic space, human rights and all that, then let our call be that. And I said earlier on that actually I didn't agree with with your theme. Why? I don't think the civic space has shrunk. In the yesteryears, and you know, Mr. President, that if that space had closed, we could not be here 2 days, right? Yeah, we would have been sent to some workers to disrupt here. And I said, even me as a representative of government could not be sitting here having a discussion because at the end of the day, I would be written a show cause letter why I was sitting with you here together. I understand. So that civic space, as the Constitution has given us, that we can have a conversation of agreement to disagree as Kenyans, you know, and because this Kenya is for all of us. You there, you play a role, and then we are here to play a role. So we can have a conversation of agree to disagree. And from where I sit, I don't fear coming and having a discussion so long as it's objective. So we have not lost the focus on the BBO. Just trying to ask what Dr. is saying is that we are still in the progress of ongoing. But the problem that we have in Kenya is that we keep on duplicating. And sometimes you don't have a role in telling someone else, wewe usiendelee na kazi yako. But we will reach a point where there will be harmonization. So let me give Bernadette to just talk on FATF on the overregulation and that fear that you had.
Hands are coming up. I know this.
So thank you. Let me pick the one on Financial Action Task Force. After the Twin Tower bombing, that is the time the world became aware, and they needed to actually come up with the rules and regulations and to make sure that at their best they disrupt and prevent terrorism financing, Terrorism Act, and any other illicit financial flows. So in Kenya, we had the Act, POCAMLA, Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering 2012. When it was enacted at that particular time, you will find NGOs were supposed to be reporting entities, which now brings the unintended consequence of regulating the sector, unfairly targeting the sector, and equally making sure that there is also the issue of de-risking. So in a nutshell, everybody, if you haven't interacted with terrorism financing and even money laundering and any other illicit financial flow, how it works, you will actually, let me even ask you, how many here think non-profit organizations are high risk to terrorism financing? Just because you're CSOs, you don't want to be true. But technically, because the level of understanding among CSOs on how TF works, terrorism financing, allow me to just call terrorism financing, I call it TF. And then anti-money laundering, I call it AML. So because we perceive non-profit organization being at risk or high risk of terrorism financing abuse, everybody deems non-profit organization at risk. So the law, when it was enacted in 2012, all non-profit organizations were supposed to be reporting entities. You're supposed to report to the Financial Reporting Center, which is our regulator, or rather the coordinator for MLCFT matters in the country. And FATF had a conversation in the 2016 saying we have a whole recommendation on recommendation 8, which specifically talks about non-profit organization. And we're actually seeing the unintended consequences where the civic space is shrinking, non-profit organizations are unfairly targeted, and you find banks don't want to bank with you, so they either do debanking, where you had an existing bank account and somebody says, because you are high risk, I don't want to bank with you, go look for another. Then de-risking. Instead of banking with you, you come to open an account with a particular financial institution, and then they say, we will choose not to. So there was the issue of a regulation, the shrinking space, the untargeting, de-risking, and debanking. And then they had to revise recommendation 8. That was in 2016, and they said, then all countries ought now to delist non-profit organization from being a reporting entity. And that was done. So you find there's an act that has been amended in June 25th of 2025. Now, delisting non-profit organization from being reporting entities. And we appreciate as a regulator the fact that we have not really created awareness for us to understand that non-profit organizations are not supposed to actually be reporting entities. And when we are saying reporting entities, we are saying we are not oversighting you on money laundering. We're only sensitizing you on terrorism financing. And I just want us to have a clear distinction of money laundering and terrorism financing. Money laundering it is a circular movement. There is the layering and all that, and then the placement of the money. It's the proceeds of crime. It's all dirty money you want to bring into the formal economy and hiding it, disguising it as proper proceeds. Whereas for terrorism financing, it doesn't have to be illicit sources. It could be legitimate. I want to fund a cause. So what is the function of a non-profit for us at the PBO authority in terms of safeguarding the sector from, one, abuse from a sham non-profit organization? So we are saying, as we exist in a place we are based, we are near to a conflict zone, and Al-Shabaab is a present threat to our jurisdiction, Kenya. So that is, and then again, the incidences of attack in Kenya. So that brings our threat as high. So you look into the sector, and say, what are the vulnerabilities of the sector which could actually pose as risk? Because when a threat exploits the vulnerability, then the result is a risk. So we looked into that, and what we did from the year 2023 through to 2024, we did a risk assessment on terrorism financing for the NPO sector. And Muhuri was in the center stage, making sure that they run with the arm for the CSOs, and then the government the same. We found there were some 8 vulnerabilities, and most of the first three vulnerabilities or risk factors that we came up from the risk assessment, they were all bordering on how close you are to the conflict zone. And also the fact that if you're cash-based, you could be abused. But now, to make sure that you're not shrinking the civic space and you're not making the non-profit organization being de-risked or debunking, then we have to do the next step that we ought to do. The risk assessment is done. We have had our vulnerabilities based and the risk factors based on the threat levels and the inadequacy within our organization and the level of understanding. Because as somebody who is financing terrorism, I don't want you to know my intent. And clearly, there is no one who can actually measure the intent. Such that it is not as easy as, it's not as straightforward, because it is ideally a criminal thing for you to say, now this one has an intent. But the more informed, the more we create awareness to the sector, the better for you to have internal measures to safeguard against the vulnerability that exists. So moving forward, this is a conversation that we will have with almost everybody, such that you can understand how does terrorism financing manifest itself, and how could you safeguard yourself against TF, and what are the already existing typologies on abuse of terrorism financing. And typology is just like matokeo or incidences where a non-profit organization has been abused for TF. So technically, the law has been with us since 2012. And we've had this conversation. And it's just because now that we're having this conversation better for us, and the law is actually favoring the non-profit as is now, because non-profit are not supposed to be reporting entities, and you're not supposed to oversight you on money laundering, but you're only oversighting you on countering financing of terrorism. So we call it CFT. So the conversation that we're going to be having moving forth is we need to sit down and have a domestic review based on the vulnerabilities identified and the threat level. And we appreciate that, yes, there is nothing like no risk. There's always a risk. And we keep on saying a criminal just needs to get it right once. But you, as members of the CSO, you have to be vigilant and you have to be right all the time. And that is the essence. You don't want to shrink the space, and you don't want to target everybody. And remember, there's a FATF-defined non-profit organization. Not everybody falls under the FATF definition. It's the one who raises and moves money, and the threshold and the location. So what are these features that make a non-profit organization at risk of TF abuse? And then when we target and say we are high risk or low risk, after having a conversation amongst ourselves, then we say, you are at high risk of terrorism financing abuse. We're not asking for information because you file your returns at the end of every financial year with the authority as is, because a non-profit organization technically is a public organization. But you're trying to make sure that you're not abused for TF. And you can be aware that even if you move someone from point A near to the conflict zone, you have actually participated. But if you know moving Bernadette from point A to point B is actually supporting the motives of that particular person to go into the conflict zone, if you're aware, then it means you will make sure that anybody you're moving near to the conflict zone is well vetted and you're aware and you can verify and validate. So the idea is we just have more conversation, but appreciating the fact that the law has been with us. FATF is cognizant of the problem that has brought and the reason why for the revision of the law as we speak. And what we don't have is, for sure, we don't have regulations for CFT within the sector. And that is a conversation we'll pick moving forth, having more of these sessions, socializing the risk assessment, appreciating what the risk assessment talked about the sector, what it's saying about the sector, and what every member as a non-profit organization needs to do to safeguard themselves from being abused for TF, and also what the sector, the regulator, and every other regulator needs to do to make sure that the sector is protected from abuse for TF.
Okay. There was just, we were to get a response from her, and then I'll give you a, yeah, let me just hear you, Mercy, because I'm being told time is, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just pick up from what Bernadette has said. When we're looking at the landmines and opportunities in the PBO Act, then from where we sit, we look at the element of TF as one of the possible risks that arise in the regulation of NPOs. That is from where we sit. And she has given us a very elaborate explanation as to what extent does this regulation happen such that it is not over-regulation. So speaking to landmines, of course, then the first one is that of interpretation on the provisions of the Act and the regulations. And I will say this from the top of my mind because when Dr. was speaking, there was the question of why don't we register county PBOs, for instance. And when we look at the provisions of the Act, you find that they are not recognized amongst the levels of registration, but there is a recognition that indeed grassroots PBOs do actually make a significant amount of contribution, and there is need to recognize their space. So then we look at the Act further because ours is to try and find a way in which we can be able to work with every entity, whether it is international, whether national, whether exempt, whether it is a company limited by guarantee, and whether it is a grassroots entity. And now, in that regard, we quickly turn that into an opportunity and look at the provisions on collaboration in the PBO Act, which requires the authority to collaborate with different levels of government and to collaborate with all registered PBOs, so long as you're operating as a PBO in Kenya. And when we put emphasis on collaboration, the fruits are low-hanging. There is so much to do. And that is, for me, that is one of the biggest and greatest opportunities in the PBO Act, that of collaboration. You look at it straight from Section 3 all the way up to the establishment of the Joint Committee, and you find that there is so much that can be done. And when we are purposeful in terms of collaborating and partnering, then these challenges that come with the PBO Act, we will be able to put them aside and focus on the implementation of this Act. Now, with regards to the implementation status, I would like to say that the reporting, annual reporting, has since been adjusted. Now we receive the reports 6 months after the close of the financial year. Before it was 3 months in the previous act. Now we have implemented the new act. And the very first level of implementation is the transition process. And the NGOs transitioned into PBOs. The board transitioned into the board of the authority. The staff transitioned. The NGO council also transitioned into the federation. And that brings me to the second point on the opportunities in the PBO Act. That is self-regulation. This is an opportunity which was not quite emphasized in the previous NGO Act. But at this point in time, it is an opportunity for us to actually reap, because why? There is the recognition of forums. You may associate, you may form a forum whichever way, whether it is a thematic area, geographical area, interest in any manner, and still be able to participate in the federation elections and general governance of the federation. Again, you need not be in a forum for you to be in a federation. The element of self-regulation in the Act from section 21 is very elaborate. And the beauty is this role is on the PBOs majorly, and then a little bit on the authority. And then now we have the cabinet secretary who is in charge of ensuring compliance with all the governing requirements of the federation. And when we look at this particular angle as an opportunity, then we can be able to, after a year, sit back and look at the successes in the sector, both at self-regulation and now from the regulator's standpoint. Because then, once we look at it as an opportunity, then we are able to reap those fruits and move forward. And I would also like to mention that from the authority standpoint, the opportunity that we see is that of an expanded mandate. An expanded mandate such that we are able to facilitate all the public benefit organizations in the country. And the regulations under Regulation 4 has two objects to the regulations. It is to look at the operations and the management of the PBOs. And when we expound this, we bring in the facilitative role which the government must play, the authority must play in order to enable the PBOs to run their operations, to continue meeting their objectives, and for that beneficiary who is down there to continue reaping the benefits of this PBO. And to conclude, I know there was just a lot to say, but because of time, the key takeaway is we have the Act. As challenging as it is to implement. And of course, a landmine arises, which is that of litigation. But then, if we keep spending time in litigation, yet we are here saying, this Act is ours. Let us implement it for the benefit of all the PBOs and all the beneficiaries. We will not be making progress. And mine is to urge us and say that already we have lost 13 years since the Act was drafted. Why don't we have a consensus to say that indeed these are the issues with this Act, because it was drafted at a time when the Constitution of Kenya was really not well actualized, well articulated, and we are here 13 years later. We need to sit down, draw concurrence on how best can we implement this Act so that we are able to actually move forward. And Gadoni, to conclude before I pass the microphone to the DG, there is the aspect of oversight, there is the aspect of transparency. And that one, we cannot run away from it. The PBOs and CSOs expect the authority to be transparent and to be objective. And that is what we strive to do every day. Look at the public participations that we've conducted. And we are very thankful that we walked that journey together. At the same time, that is a call for action to all the PBOs on the matter of transparency and oversight and accountability, noting that to whom much is given, much is expected. But then again, to whom much is expected, then much should be given. Thank you very much. Let me give the microphone to our DG, Asante Sana.
Just one thing that Marcia said, and I want to pass this one as an official, that now that we have a problem with the Act, and you know that there were litigations, and out of that litigation, sections of the Act was declared unconstitutional, then it gives us an opportunity to amend that Act. We as an authority, we are going to sit down and come up with a raft of amendments. You do it, because I like doing things from both sides. Check the Act where it is unconstitutional, because it's you who took us to court. And you did know that it was unconstitutional, or you knew, I don't know if it was by design, but that's another opportunity that we need to amend the Act so that it speaks to us well. Thank you very much.
That's a whole Pandora's box. You've had your hand up, eh?
Yes, thank you, Bwana DG. And I know there are some good things and bad things in this document. And I'll take you back to the last NGO in this country. That was Mau Mau. It was an ungovernmental organization. It was aided by the local citizens. But you find that the colonial government infiltrated that NGO. Yeah? We had home guards there. And I can tell you a very sorry story about my mother. She was one of the scouts who used to take food to the guys in the forest. And one of her friend was caught up by this colonialist and was strangled. So I can tell you that always the government, or always the person in authority, when he gives the definition of who is a terrorist, I think in this act we have to sit down and have a definition who is a terrorist. Because we are reacting from, I think, was it 2011 or when that thing happened in America? Because I think in Kenya, our concept of defining a terrorist is very different. If you're a government official and you sabotage health sector, education sector, you are a terrorist, you are killing people. But the moment, now, my worry is it's all about infiltration. The other time, I had a friend who had been called by someone telling him there was an NGO that closed shop, and it had a lot of money back here in Kenya, and it would like to channel that money underground. And that, what does that tell you? I'm sorry, you'll forgive me. I know that was a government agent. So I fear our government or politicians can come up with some NGOs, allow illicit money to come here, and then through that, they interfere with our civic space. I have another issue, please. Another issue. When Mr. DG, you come here and tell me.
You could have.
There is something you have said here. That you kika hapa sijui watu wanasema you can be given a show cause letter. A civil society or an NGO is a space between a family and government. So kwa hii space utapata watu wanakuja hapa wanasema half term, 2 term, 3 term. And it is allowed. Now, usiogope. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say that the discussion about FATF, they are not the authority in charge of that legislation, yeah? So just on terrorism issues. I know this has opened a Pandora's box on a lot of things. Unfortunately, time is not on our side. I don't know, DG, if you're here for lunch at least, if somebody wants to side chat with your people, thank you. I think that's very good. I think Mercy and your team as well, if you have any questions. I know it's not conclusive, but then there's also the opening. I don't know what Malombe you'd say. I'm not giving you an opportunity, but about the question of amending, yeah, the amendment of the act. I don't know. That's a whole discussion as well. I'm very sad about the Community Registrations Act. Yeah, maybe we'll have a discussion with CFF just to see how that conversation. And I'm looking at you, Malombe, because you are the chair. how do we bring in the social development office that is in charge of this act so that we have this discussion? Because the issues that have been raised here are very deep. Us. What is our call to action to PBO? I'll speak on your behalf. Allow me. The precedent that has been set, let us see it being implemented. You've set a very beautiful precedent on the things didn't go 100%. It's normal, yeah? But let us see the inclusion, let us see the participation of CSOs, let us see the conversation you've said, yeah? The conversation on FATF, we really look forward. Today we had a very nice awareness raising on FATF and what that means and what is our role under Article 8, you said, yeah? So let's continue those conversations. So allow me to just give one person to say closing remarks, 2 minutes. Who would like to volunteer to say, someone who has not spoken? I don't know whether this is a good idea. But 1 minute, Masese.
Maybe less. I think this conversation is at the core of our very existence. We have made good progress, but there are risks. You call them landmines. Dr. There is the little matter around federation. The transition has not happened the way we would wish, and we are aware that the law is the embedment and is part of what we must fix, so that then you are able to initiate at least this first establishment of the PPO Federation. We want you to consider that as a matter of urgency, and of course, CFF, we have a duty to try and help you in terms of proposing amendments. But above everything else, whether this works or does not work relies entirely on you. If you choose to do the right thing, if we choose to do the right thing, we'll get it right. So far, you've proved that you are well-meaning. Allow not anyone to come in between and mess us up, because we are not usually very friendly when messed up with. Thank you so much.
Attention, please. We are closing. I'm calling us to order so that we can close, go for lunch, and then go home. So kindly be seated for the next few minutes. We close officially. Remember the way come in. Michelle, you can call wale wako nje wakuje tumalize, including the technical team, wale wako kwa tent. Let's finish. Nataka watu waende lunch iko ready, nataka waende wakale. Yeah, karibuni Malenya. Just call your colleagues wakae chini, we settle down. Hello, kindly let's settle down so that we finish. I want us to just take 10 minutes to wind up. This was a festival. Let's have some kind of festive finishing. Good. Just waiting for a few of us to settle down. Good. Sawa sawa. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's settle down. Finish. I know we've sacrificed so much time. We've gone beyond lunch by 1 hour 45 minutes. Yeah, so thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we can wind up. So allow me to just quickly invite the priest. Yeah, the priest is here. I mean, you're not from any church, right? Yes. This is his church. So the priest, allow us to just finish the way we started. Koni Boni, muko karibu eh? Wewe ni? Good. Where is Koni? Sawa sawa. So ni mkondo wa lala salama. So mtu akiwa mbali tunachapa hii tunamaliza. We've agreed it's 5 minutes, right? 5 minutes. Sawa sawa. Check. Yeah, so karibu sana priest. Thank you. Sound.
Viva, comrade, viva! Viva, comrade, viva!
Viva!
I know we are hungry, but for the interest of time, we are going to rush. Sawa. Tupate kujieka tayari kwa shairi takatifu. And he's way bigger than short baba. Alinita mimi mwana. That's why napiga kelele takatifu. Kwa pamoja kama nyash tusemeni aminia.
Aminia.
Tusemeni aminia.
Aminia.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Sermon on the Parliament. Oh, Nana, oh Lord, have mercy. Nasikia sauti ya mama yaniita kwa umbali, kipua kibusibaki kimesimama, machozi ni kwa wingi, juu mwanao moyo umesimama. I'm speaking for my motherland, Kenya, crying out loud in Alia. Woy, 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 in Alia. Woy, 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 in Alia. Woy, 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 at here. Nasikia sauti ya mama yaniita kwa umbali, kipua kibusibaki umesimama, machozi ni kwa wingi, juu mwanao moyo umesimama. I'm speaking for my motherland, Kenya, crying out loud in Alia. Woy, 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 in Alia. Woy, 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 in Alia. Woy, 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 in Alia. Woy, 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 woy. And it all started with one security agency. One security agency mwenye alijiona kona gifted hands kama Ben Carson, akajua ata change profession from being a neurosurgeon and into being a policeman. Because on the 25th of June, my youth truly decide to speak up our thoughts. Yaka decide to blow up our minds. Thoughts fired. When an officer does an injustice act on a mere citizen, they no longer see that. That's why hawana IPOA. Law enforcers wako above the law. That's why wako na guts za kubutton up their combat uniform. Yetu wakipewa hukumu wanakataa kifungo. But our tears were well represented on a tear gas canister, strong enough to amputate na kuwavalisha prosthetic hands wakitry kuchukua sheria mikononi mwao. I say someone on the parliament, our MPs, point of correction, our MPs wanahitaji nominations za Oscar cause vitu evil wanafanya magizani. Manzeni dark kuliko melanin ya Sudi. Time is money. That's why they are purchasing expensive watch with an expensive belt, but ever since they walked into those offices, all they do is to waste our time. Coastal region nasikia there is a new sheriff in town na ako na siri. Dark secrets on how he can tear your life apart. Ukianza kusika accountability, suluhu ya kukuadhibu ni kuchezesha michezo ya pididi. National Assembly imejaa mabubu wanaofaa kutuongelea, yetu wako na speakers. Bunge iligeuka circus. Wananchi spectators, nao viongozi magicians. Nazo fedha zilizotengwa zilete maendeleo mashinani. Dabra kadabra, through dark magic, zilidisappear through propaganda. Na wasanii ndio kioo cha jamii. But the mirror broke and shattered into pieces after Sami Bilado alienda Karen kutafuta joint ya kega ati ndio akunywe senator. And that's where we forgot to mirror out the atrocities in our community. Now this piece has nothing to do with any police officer. It has nothing to do with any cardiologist. But trust me, itawapea a cardiac arrest because iko fully sponsored na souls za walioaga during the peaceful protest. This piece, it has nothing to do with any geographical site, but iko hapa kuwakumbusha that your political leaders wanatumia tribal language to spread hate. Nowadays wanasema the people from the lakeside hawafai kuguza nini? The people from the lakeside hawafai kuguza nini? This piece has nothing to do with any great physician, the likes of Albert Einstein, but iko hapa kuwakumbusha that with your voters card you can be a force to reckon with. Now let's talk about integrity. Na niwaambie, makanisani mnadanganywa na mlikubali kudanganyika. Hakuna uadilifu, niulizeni priest, nitawaambia. Juzi tulikuwa baptism ya hongo, siku hizi inaitwa kurudisha mkono. Wananchi wanadanganywa na wanasiasa, nao wanasiasa walidanganya wahubiri kwa kuwapatia handout. Wawadanganye ati the Lord's prayer will fix bad governance. Oneni sasa nowadays muna feed on expensive daily bread. Mafuta ikipanda anointing oil inapakwa wenye wana drive expensive Mercedes Benz. And if that's the case, join me in one accordance as we pray. And we see if prayers will fix the state of this nation. So nikisema Mungu Baba tukumbuke, mnasema tukumbuke. Mungu Baba tukumbuke. Tukumbuke. Mungu Baba tukumbuke. Tukumbuke. Kumbuka Baba, tunaishi kwa nation yenye kuna kiongozi fulani alitumia lost lives kwa protest kama metrics ya kumesha her lost Instagram followers. Mungu Baba tukumbuke. Kumbuka Baba, tunaishi kwa nation yenye inakaa Odeon cinema. Daily tunakuwa served na true lies. Utadhania tulielect Arnold Schwarzenegger ama tulielect Tom Cruise kwa sababu hizi projected promises kwangu zinanisoundia kama Mission Impossible. Mungu Baba tukumbuke. Tukumbuke. Kumbuka Baba, tunaishi kwa nation yenye vijana daily tunaambiwa trust the process. Just because mkulima mdogo wa kuku nyumbani alimanage kuuza kiwanja cha ndege kubwa Embakasi. Mungu Baba tukumbuke. Kumbuke. Kumbuka Baba, kuna tailor fulani alipewa tenda ya Kumbuke. Kumbuke. Remind us, Lord, that if we remove the sea from the civil society, we will forever reign and dwell in an evil society. Mungu Baba tukumbuke. Tukumbuke. Kumbuka Baba, that the enemy has already consolidated himself, and come 2027, if we do not queue at the ballot, he will sip on the nation's blood. And you see all this effort, it will be in vain. Mungu Baba tukumbuke. Tukumbuke. Na kabla hajawakumbuka, muanze na kujikumbuka. Nasikia sauti ya mama yaniita kwa umbali, kifua kinusibaki umesimama. Machozi ni kwa wingi, mwanao moyo umesimama. I'm speaking for my motherland, Kenya, crying out loud in Aliyah. Why, woyoyo, woyoyo inalia, woy, 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 woyoyo, woyoyo, woy, 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 woyoyo, woyoyo. And may the good Lord bless you. In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti, go forth in peace. Our festival has ended. Priest, the poet.
Priest, the poet. Can we give him a better round of applause, please? Thank you so much. We are in Nakuru. I know we are about to just head out to wherever we came from. So I want to just welcome first our host, Nakuru CSO Forum, to give us some very brief remarks. Tuko kwako. So tusije tukatoka bila ruhusa na blessings. So thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Kwa majina ama kwa jina langu Nakuru. Kwa hiyo nafanya kazi na shirika ambalo kwamba linajulikana kama Youth Bila Noma. Katika Youth Bila Noma sisi tunajaribu kusaidia vijana kubadilisha miondoko yao ya ile ambao kwamba wamejiingiza katika vikundi za uhalifu, na wale ambao kwamba wako wajaingia kwa uhalifu tunajaribu kuongelesha wasiingie kwa zile vikundi. Kwa hiyo tunajaribu pia kuwa link kwa government opportunities, ama tunawa link kwa tertiary institutions kwa wale ambao kwamba tumefanyia profiling na tukaona potential yao. Na tunafanya kazi kwa ukaribu na mashirika ambazo kwamba ziko hapa Nakuru na pia zingine ambazo kwamba haziko Nakuru. Kwa hiyo ni brief about Youth Bila Noma, na pia mimi ni mwanaharakati na paralegal hapa Nakuru under Nakuru Human Rights Defenders Network, ambayo kwamba imetuleta kwa pamoja kuhakikisha tunatetea haki ya dhuluma ya binadamu hapa Nakuru. Kwa hiyo kama host wenyu sasa navalia kofia ya NASCOF member under Youth Bila Noma, na nimepatiwa chance ya kuwapatia vote of thanks. This is our 5th annual summit on reclaiming civic space and democratic space amid shrinking space. Good afternoon, friends and fellow defenders of human rights. All protocols observed today as we bring the 5th summit to a close. We do so with renewed conviction. We have gathered here under the banner of reclaiming civic and democratic space because we know all too well that our space in Kenya is shrinking every day, single day. We have seen murders, abductions, and false terrorism charges brought against innocent, patriotic Kenyans. Acts meant to silence the voice of hope, the voice of justice, the voice of demands, accountability and representation in both our national and county assemblies. But this summit has reminded us of something powerful. That space belongs to us. It is ours to reclaim. It is ours to defend. Together, we have learned to hold our leaders accountable, to push for a better Kenya. Our citizens are empowered and freed from the prison of hunger and poverty through good, transparent leadership. We have renewed the call to our young people, take voters' card, because the weight of the future of young people lies in your voters' card. We have recommitted to working as a team because a people united can never be defeated. We have pledged civic vigilance through litigation, through advocacy, and through constant engagement. And we have been reminded that even as we demand integrity from ourselves, we must live those values ourselves. We must build trust, stand in solidarity, and hold each other accountable as human rights defenders. Yes, the promise of 2010 constitution is under siege. Yes, Kenya is sidelining toward repression. But we also know this. All sovereign power belongs to the people. Repeat, all sovereign power belongs to the people. Thank you. So let's us refuse neutrality. Let us organize strategically. Let us participate, not spectators. Stay informed, speak out, act. And finally, I leave you with this challenge. If we are truly the people, show me your voter's card. Thank you. Let's reclaim our space together. And as I conclude, please, as we go back to our places, ensure that you start from your in-house. I believe we all have children, grandchildren. We have daughters, we have sons, we have uncles who are still young people who have not taken voter's card. So before you go and ask your neighbor, start with your own house. And I'm starting with my own, so start with your own. So as you travel, travel safely, reach home safely, and may God bless you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Naskov. Finally, we have been here for 2 days, and yesterday and today. And I think the first person that I want to thank are you people, all of us, for being here. Otherwise, however beautiful the tent and the seats may look, they would have been empty without you. So thank you so much. Let us give ourselves some flowers. Kindly give yourself some flowers. I mean, and most of us have just sponsored themselves to be here. So thank you so much. The second team that I want to thank, we had a very good hosts, Naskov and Tribeless Youth. All the entertainments were here courtesy of Tribeless Youth. We did not pay them to actually do this. All that was being handled by Tribeless Youth. And we all danced. Sindio? Reggae. I mean, we had requests for the band. I mean, you request and they play. So can we give some special flowers to Tribeless Youth? We all danced. Hata kama tuko na njaa saizi tuwapatie tu their flowers. They deserve it. Thank you so much, Tribeless Youth. Thank you, Said Gigi, and thank you, Naskop, for the wonderful hosting. Yesterday I said that, I mean, this was as a result of 16 moving pieces, 16 organizations, and playing different roles. Again, the planning committee, a very huge committee of 34, let's give them their flowers. For 4 months, they've organized this. Thank you so much, planning team. And just remember, for the planning committee, we have a very special Thanksgiving meeting in the evening from 6, just to reflect and see whether we can play in the rain. Thank you so much. We have CFF members and partners that actually joined to support this. The board members and the partners, can we just, I mean, they gave all this were because of their blessings. The technical team had to go back and consult with them. They needed to give their approval for very many things. Very many interests were at play, but because of them, this has happened. Let's give them their flowers. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Of course, we have several development partners that we may not acknowledge all. Remember, all the 16 organizations, most of them actually had different development partners behind them. So because we may not be in a position to name all of them by name, we may not be in a position to call all of them out by name, let us appreciate our development partners. Just again, flowers. And usually this event, we are here to speak, not to speak to ourselves. We bring development partners, but we also bring government. I mean, we also ask the government agencies to come. Let us have dialogue. And we have been joined since yesterday by several government agencies. We were joined by Senator Okiya Mtata, Mheshimiwa, yesterday. We were also joined by the Office of DPP yesterday. Today we had the Victims Protection Board and Victims Protection Agency. And finally, we are also joined by PBORA. Wanasema tusiwaite Pibora. And first of all, let's just give all of them their flowers. Remember, most of our recommendations, we are asking them to actually action. So without them, this conversation would be futile. It would be in vain. And we saw the chart, how the chart looked like yesterday. So we need them constantly as our partners. So first of all, allow me to let's give them their flowers as our collaborators into this. Thank you so much. And one of them is still here, and I just wanted him to do, do us the honor of closing. You are the only government agency, the only DG still standing. So, others were committed, they left. You joined us. If you can do us the honor of just closing the session, we'll really appreciate. Thank you so much. Allow me to welcome DG, Dr. Kipto. Karibu. Tunaweza mpatia a round of applause.
Thank you so much, Oweki. Good afternoon. I know it's not amusing always to speak to people who are very angry they have not eaten at 3. So first of all, I want to thank CFF for organizing such a wonderful function. And thank you so much for inviting us to be part of this conversation. And I know some of you knew that I was out of the country, and I was coming in last night, and I said, I've got to come here. And the reason why I came here specifically today was to appreciate the partnership and the collaboration that we've had with CFF since the time I went into office, and the public participation that we've had over our regulations, and the forward-looking partnerships that we are going to have together with most of the BBOs that are in the house. So mine is to sincerely thank you for the partnership that we've had, and looking forward for more engagements and collaborations with government in particular, moving forward to make our country better. I came from Mozambique, Maputo, yesterday, and most of you know that Maputo has undergone a very serious challenges. And I'm a social scientist, and I observe a lot of things whenever I visit some countries. Maputo borders Eswatini, and its coastal comes up to Tanzania, and it also borders South Africa. Their currency, the metical, is more stronger than ours. Actually, one metical is 2 Kenya shillings. Their exchange rate is to the dollar is 70 metical. But the people are poorer than Kenya. The infrastructure is not good as amusing as Kenya. So we've got a beautiful country. Despite the challenges that we have, I would want to implore you, and as I said as I sat there, that we've got a constitution that is very progressive. We've got laws that are very progressive. And we've got a beautiful country with amazing people. Let us stay to the true north, and Kenya will be a good country. With that, it's now my pleasure and honor to declare this CFF forum officially closed. Asanteni sana na mbarikiwe.
Can we now stand and do the national anthem? DJ, as we proceed for lunch, and as we proceed for lunch, we'll still be having music and poems. So if you feel like staying around, you can stay around when you're ready. Thank you so much. Now you can leave at our own pleasure. You can take lunch, stay around, listen to poems, listen to the band. Thank you so much. Karibuni sana. Lunch.